tricked into doing something. We've got to be aware of all of that. What Mr. Speaker just said, it's true. It doesn't necessarily lead to the publication of the document, so we can all reflect on it and take expert advice outside. But, you know, we're in new territory, and ultimately the budget is a Council of Ministers document. And if the Chief Minister decides to release in public the Pink Book, we will have the Pink Book released into public, and we'll be able to get better analysis of what's in there to help us make sure that we serve the people we represent with the best possible budget. You know, we've been promised, let's start. Back in July, we'd been an awful lot better if we'd have actually passed Mr. Christian's motion to identify funding gaps and to have every commitment in the island plan and the economic strategy and elsewhere in Tynwald funded. And at that time, we were promised we'd learn all of that when we got to the budget as part of the budget cycle. We don't know any of that. Back last year's, around the time of last year's budget, where there was a taxation amendment from Minister Ashford, which basically would have meant that by March 2025, next month, we've had an analysis of all sources of public revenue to help us meet the public's expectation. If we'd have done what Tynwald first resolved, according to my motion on healthcare, we'd have had our initial debate on healthcare in January 2025. The National Insurance Fund report, the extra report we were going to get before the budget, as I pointed out back in November, needed to be with the clerk at Tynwald if it was going to be handled properly by the 20th of December to meet the register of business deadline. That didn't happen. So we've got major analysis that's majorly not managed to get into our hands, never mind the public hands. And we are where we are. I hate to say that, but we are where we are. It seems to me eminently helpful if the Chief Minister gets hold of this. We don't suspend standing orders today. Nothing's lost for the 1st of April by having the budget in March, but we'll have a much better chance of taking the public with us and making sure that their expectations are in line with the realities of our situation. I won't be supporting suspension of standing orders.
Chief Minister.
Honourable members, Mr. President, I rise to support the Speaker's observations on this interlude of a debate, which unfortunately has interrupted the budget proceedings. There is nothing to be achieved by not supporting the suspension of standing orders today. Honourable members in the House of Keys brought about a change to the Treasury Ministers and the Council of Ministers' plans in respect of triple lock. The Treasury Minister took that on board. He amended the budget papers and presented them in the correct format, in line with the wishes of the House of Keys. It is simply destabilising and frankly irresponsible today to prevent the budget from going ahead. There is nothing that can be achieved in the next 4 weeks that is not already achieved and explained to honourable members. Frankly, the 10 changes that resulted from the change to the triple lock have been clearly explained to honourable members and presented to them and highlighted where those changes took place. And honourable members, you are being frankly led down the garden path by 3 speakers who are trying to effectively destabilise the budget process for their own political gains. It is clearly explained in the next few years what the impact is on the National Insurance Fund. The budget is only a forecast. It can only explain what happens and is projected to happen in the next 12 months and the 2 or 3 years following that. And of course that is heavily caveated by substantial changes to economic conditions or global uncertainty or other events. You are voting for a budget which is effectively a budgeted forecast, which we will do our very best to stick to, but of course heavily caveated that events may change that. And frankly, the contribution from the honourable member from Ramsey, Mr. Hooper, who last year voted for a budget and then proceeded to oversee £20 million of over expenditure without so much of a blink, to talk about budgetary knowledge of the budget and what is being presented to members, I think really reflects a certain element of hypocrisy coming from the honourable member. Honourable members, the budget is presented in a way that it has always been presented. It is a sound and sensible way to present the budget. There is a select committee of Tynwald looking at the budget process, and honourable members, if that select committee wishes to bring changes to this honourable house, then it should be done in a sane and sensible way. I urge honourable members, let's hear the budget and let's carry on with the stability but the right debates in the future months as to how the spending is directed and the outcomes that we're delivering for our people. Thank you.
Mover to respond. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank honourable members for their comments. Again, if I could just address them. If we don't suspend standing orders, we will not publish the budget. We will not have a budget debate. Simple as that. The people listening in on mainstream radio, the people listening in through social media, the people here will not get a chance to see us debate the future finances of this country for next year. That will be postponed. I have, as I've already said, explained why the budget was half a day late in terms of what being published. That was at the will of the elected members of the House of Peers, which I completely respect after a prolonged debate on the future of the National Insurance Fund. The impact of that change has been published through the errata, and it is estimated to be £1.2 million coming out of the National Insurance Fund. Therefore, it does not have any significant impact on any of the other columns in terms of the revenue expenses, the capital expenses, all the other things within this budget. It does not have any effect on any of the other social security benefits going forward in this budget. The aspiration is that we could have perhaps the budget in March and have the debates then and have a pause. Ignores the logistical problems of operating all the social security benefits, all the pension benefits, everything else that's set out in this budget, which I would like to make public so that we can actually debate it in public. You want to make a bet?
No, I'm just summing up, Mr. President. So, in terms of some of the other comments about Manx care and the funding of Manx care, that is what we are voting
We will initially increase the personal tax allowance up by £250 for a single person and £500 for a jointly assessed couple to take more people out of the higher tax bracket, and I will review this once again in 2026. We will increase employee national insurance thresholds, which will insist a lower pay. But there will be no increase in employer national insurance rates, protecting business finances. transferring an additional £10 million to the Economic Strategy Fund in 2027-28, 28-29 and 29-30 to be used to support our economy. We already see the positive responses to a wide range of schemes he has championed, which have leveraged over £90 million of private infrastructure investment in our island, an island which is forecast to have one of the highest growth rates across Europe in the coming years. make ready for the Island Games and welcome thousands of athletes to our shores in 2029. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Douglas Eastleigh Farragut for her significant input when we debated the tax strategy last March. As an independent jurisdiction, we must balance the needs of attracting inward investment with the fundamental fairness of a progressive tax system. Since the introduction of the tax cap in 2006, the world has changed. It similar facilities at two strategic government sites on our island. The Honourable Member for Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, Mr Morehouse, has also represented his constituents effectively and raised a large number of issues on the floor of the Honourable Court. In terms of some of the capital investment he has championed, £1.9 million has been allocated for the Ballasalla bypass junction and a further £300,000 for additional classroom capacity at Ballasalla School to address a quite sudden but consistent increase in their student roll. The £3.2 million funding for the design and feasibility of a replacement Castle Rushen High School is well underway, and I would like to thank him and his Southern MHK colleagues for attending the regular update meetings on this important project to improve educational facilities for the South. We met with officers yesterday to discuss the progress of this vital scheme to invest in our young people, the future of our nation. And Treasury's commitment to come forward later this financial year with a fully costed capital scheme for Tynwald approval. I share his frustration with the time it has taken us to present plans to the local community and will work with all departments involved to ensure this process is expedited. The Honourable Member for Middle, Mr Peters, has steadied the helm at the Post Office during a difficult period when the Royal Mail made several challenging decisions regarding transport to the island. I would like to thank him and the board for their constant innovation as set out in their recent annual plan. I accept that we will be asking for an increased levy this year, but am committed to work with him and his board to support the long-term future of our post office and the important role it plays at the heart of our local communities. He has also questioned the level of the state pension on behalf of his constituents and argued for greater fairness. Following the debate last October on the long-term future of the National Insurance Fund, I undertook to submit more details to Tynwald, and these are set out in a further report which was published last month. Unless we make changes to the current benefit system, the fund, which currently stands at over £1.1 billion, would be exhausted in just over 20 years' time, by 2047-48. This government will not shy away from difficult decisions, made in the best interest of our nation's future. In 2016, we created a new state pension as we separated from the previous UK system. I believe it is essential that we regain control of how we annually increase pensions and link this to the cost of living in our island, not across. Last week in another place, I listened to the views of those elected to represent our people. I propose from April well as additional resources to strengthen the Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub, or MASH. Protecting some of the most vulnerable in our community is and must continue to be a priority for government. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Garth, Mr Smith, for his commitment and dedication as a member of the Treasury team. His work on the investment committee has overseen a renewed emphasis on the return we get on our reserves. Through a diversification of investment management
We have a myriad of distractions to fund business cases stuck in the channels of Treasury, funding an idea, if you will. We are chasing with worry to fund healthcare. We've heard a lot about stability and continuity in terms of reserves, but actually, when you look at the pink book itself, we are running a deficit, well, it's forecasted for 103 million for 23-24, page 12 of the pink book. So what are we to set store by? Are we to set store in the narrative that things are stable and be assured by some of the things that we're told and the things that are put out through the press? Or are we to set store by the actual figures in the pink book? Every indicator tells us, no matter which way you cut it, the system and the structure and the scope of government needs to be updated. If you want stability and certainty and to seriously address the drawing down of reserves and the long-term structural deficit, we need a simpler form of government with a less expensive bureaucracy. It needs not to rise to every demand and expectation, but instead to receive and develop a core and determined focus on service delivery for the public and to create an attractive economy. The system should not trip itself up. It should be modest and cohesive. It should be capable of fulfilling things for the best interest of the island, based on political judgment of the day and smart thinking. To take Mr. Speaker's point, it does need to be more easy to ascertain and discern where public money is going. In the budget document, it has remained the same. I would like to see, likening to sort of a set of financial accounts, a frank and honest appraisal of the financial situation of the government and of the Isle of Man, and also what might be done to improve things. I would like to be able to look at one document and see where the public funds are going. I'd like to see the breakdown, the emphasis of things going to the front line. I'd like to know how much is actually going really to education. I'd like to know how much is really going to policing. I'd like to know how much is really going to health in that one document. My point is, I think things can and should change. We are running a system from the 1980s, designed as individual kingdoms, and it's outdated. It's like a defunct old car where the wheels don't move when you need it to, and perhaps they are not always going in the same direction. And it won't speed up enough, and it's drinking when you're left, right, and centre. And boy, is it thirsty. It needs to change and become a cohesive, effective machine. We need a unified, leaner system of government. I very much welcome the reduction in tax rates, and credit must be given for that, because I'm sure it was not easy to achieve. But we do need to think wider and longer term. We are running a system and budgeting for a system which is expensive and disconnected by design. And given it has run on the use of reserves to balance the operating account since the late 2000s, we have to ask ourselves how long we are comfortable to borrow from the futures of tomorrow to pay just for the operational existence of today. Such an approach should not be in the financial plan, medium or long term. It is not short term. That's what's in the plan. I have no doubt in my mind that we need reform and a frank appraisal of the financial position of government finances and what needs to be done to respond to that. A levelling with the public and with each other, Mr. President, in terms of what we can and what we cannot afford. We cannot afford to budget for a system which is predicated upon reliance on reserves. If that is continually the case, it is telling us that we must change the system, set parameters, and reorient towards core priorities and essential services. A cap on pay awards across the board should be announced by the Treasury to give all negotiating bodies across the public sector firm parameters. Procurement policy and practice must be reassessed to benefit local providers whilst giving taxpayer value. Marginal activities and pet initiatives, where they exist and they do, must be challenged and phased out. Populist promotion of the day, dressed up as productive action and lecturing, and yes, I'm thinking about form financial incentives to make the economy more attractive. Replication of functions, which are necessary because of the multiple individual legal statuses of each department, need to be disbanded, whilst maintaining appropriate accountability at political and official levels. We could not go far wrong, Mr. President, with seeing which aspects of government activity within the system, within departments, pass the so what test, and how much of it is delivering on the set and determined political priorities, or is it just shining livery on an old car? These priorities need updating. A re-evaluation
Mr. President. I rise to give my support. Whilst it has been another year of financial challenge, my department welcomes the budget as outlined by the Treasury Minister. I would like to start by offering my thanks to all the dedicated staff within my department for their hard work and efforts in the last financial year. We now look forward to the year ahead and the exciting opportunities that this will bring. Good progress is being made on actions within the department's plan, and this year's budget will see progress continue. My department continues to progress the Education Amendment Bill, and it is planned that this will be introduced into the branches later this year. The external validation process continues to be rolled out across all schools and educational services, following the implementation of the process via a pilot approach. This process informs next steps for the growth and development of all schools and educational services. It is intended they will have taken part in the external validation process by July 2026, and this forms part of the department's quality assurance model. The childcare strategy is also progressing. So far, since its implementation, this administration has extended the childcare credit to children who turn 3 in the academic year. So now children will receive 2 years of support through the annual credit of more than £4,000 per child per year when registered with an Isle of Man government registered childcare provider. Subject to the budget being approved today, further work will continue on the delivery of the strategy's actions. Building on the success of the current childcare credit, the department will look at extending this to provide support for children with additional educational needs via an inclusion fund from September this year, 2025. As well as education, my department believes that investment in sport, youth, culture, music and arts is critical for our island and a crucial part of maintaining a healthy and thriving community, one which people enjoy living in and visiting. My department is working closely with the Department of Infrastructure, where funding has been secured for critical lighting projects for the NSC sites, along with funding for the rejuvenation of several regional sports pitches. Looking at culture, Phase 1 and 2 of the capital project to upgrade the Villa Marina's sound, lights and rigging will be completed this spring, with Phase 3 in the Gaiety Theatre in development for delivery in early 2026. In the current economic climate, the department understands the position that Treasury are in, which has led to difficult financial decisions being made. As such, my department welcomes the increase to our revenue budget from last year. Whilst I've taken the opportunity to outline a small part of the good progress my department continues to make, I believe it would be irresponsible not to acknowledge that we do face another financially challenging year ahead. As such, my department will continue to prioritise funds and allocate resources to ensure we deliver on our statutory services. My department remains committed to meeting the requirements of all children and young people with additional and complex needs. As honourable members will be aware, the department has now introduced the Inclusive Education Policy. Whilst this is great progress, the department continues to see an increase in students with requirements for additional support, including those of unanticipated arrivals to school mid-year, which cannot be accounted for when budget forecasting for schools takes place. This is ultimately an area that will continue to require further investment and resource. Investment into education is key in order to achieve the objectives within our island plan. It is critical that we continue to invest in all our children and young people who are, after all, the future of our island. Thank you, Mr. President.
When you do the calculation,
commercial customer, we have to pay for heating a range of government buildings. And I echo the comments from Mrs Skinnish that that's not always for buildings that we have control over. We have large sites like Nobles Hospital, central government offices and care homes, this building too. And these continued high costs have been managed this year within our budget. The department also faced increases in local authority rates, leading to expenditure last year that was well in excess of what was budgeted for. We were hit by larger than anticipated rises for Browdon, over 36%, which is important because we pay the rate for Nobles Hospital Campus and Douglas, 12.5%, which was due to buildings that we have within the city. As a result, the department had to refocus what it was doing to find efficiencies within the department in order to stay within budgets. We've done that by focusing on vital services in bus, airport, public estates and housing to protect those key services, whilst we work towards budgetary balance that was within our increased cost base. It's been suggested that we should also focus on core services, and I'm glad to say we are. Despite these financial constraints, our achievements this year have been, I think, commendable. We have over 80% of our buses running on time, with more than 12,000 journeys being undertaken by passengers every day. 87% of planes took off our schedules, despite this being a complex area of operation over which we don't always have control of each component that feeds into whether that flight leaves on time or not. In the coming year, we've set operational resilience as a key priority for both the airport and the bus service. And while there have been challenges in both those areas, our staff remain committed to providing services that our communities and visitors both need and deserve. I'm pleased to report that our air traffic control unit has recently received the Guild of Air Traffic Control Officers President's Award for 2024, reflecting their commitment in maintaining operational safety standards despite the pressures of staff shortages. And while we continue to train new air traffic controllers to try and address this problem, I'd like to congratulate them for the work that they've done so far. Within rail, we've had a strong season, despite the less than ideal summer weather. We carried over 443,000 passengers, making it our second busiest season in recent times. Rolling stock and track reliability has been exceptional, with negligible service loss due to reliability issues. The rail asset management programme is continuing at a good pace, with a 4-year programme of a gravel section of the NER now fully renewed. As we've recently seen, the department is a key responder to severe weather events, and this response has been in action this year for both storms and periods of cold weather. And I thank all of the staff from across the public service who support our community when we face these times of challenge. In terms of infrastructure, we've sustained progress with priority flood remediation works at Maxi, and other notable flood management improvements include surface water drainage on Ramsey Road, and we've commenced construction of a new surface water drain to protect both the MSC and Poole Road Power Station. We've delivered record levels of surface treatment, over 300
changing place facilities in two of our government-owned buildings. Before I was elected into this honourable place, I was a carer for young adults with complex medical needs. It was a constant frustration that the young people I cared for were, as a consequence of their toileting needs, excluded from joining in with the community activities most of us take for granted. Last year, Tesco heard my pleading and installed a changing place at their Little Switzerland store. This landmark moment triggered
But government must help create the right economic environment and business confidence to drive our economy forward. We now have that recognition. Next year, we must build on this. Last year, I took a massive step and voted against the budget. The three items which made my move so decisive were the increase in income tax, which was affecting so many of our local workers. Those workers on minimum wage working more than 37 hours a week were caught in that trap. The income tax thresholds remained unmoved, and the dependency of the reserves to balance the books. So what will I do this year? The higher rate income tax has been cut. Thresholds have been improved, but the reserves are still being emptied. And in a way, and an extreme, we're using the family silver to fill potholes. The budget speech this morning was met with some anticipation, some hope. I looked at my Santa socks and thought, should I wear those today? I resisted. There is positive news, and some of my constituents will welcome many of the things that have been identified in the budget. There's also positive news on the Newcastle Ocean High School. The Treasury's commitment to come forward later this financial year with a fully costed capital scheme putting under approval has to be welcome. Thank you. Money to enable the Balthay roundabout to be done, and the joining up of the Balthay bypass is work that simply must be done. Additional classroom capacity at Balthay School is urgently required, and a further £300,000 will make a difference, but not solve the core issues of the planners opening up the opportunity for new homes, but with little consideration and availability of local key services, such as school places and GP surgeries. So happy days, not quite. The shift of hand with regard to reduction in income tax to grab the national insurance contribution will hurt those who need the most. The squeezed middle have been squeezed even tighter. Sorry. Item 8 on today's audit paper will allow Tynwald members to reflect on the challenges of actually living on the Isle of Man. And for some people, the challenges have got even harder. What about the increased stresses that have now been placed in the National Insurance Fund? Taking an extra £20 million annually from that fund has the potential to have ramifications. Only days ago, we were hearing about taking £1 million out of pensions would have serious consequences. And my greatest concern is about healthcare. In terms of this great beast, we're almost spending £1 million a day. Annually, it's the equivalent of 5 new Liverpool landing stations. Now, in terms of that Liverpool landing stage, it's been a horror that we refer to time and time again. But our health spend on the Isle of Man is equivalent to 5 new ones of those this year alone. And that is significant, and that needs to be thought about. A lot of money is going into the system. We know that a significant spend has been put on hold for 10 weeks. Now, with the realisation that next year's budget is going to be even smaller, what are we actually building up in this area? How will it work? How is it possible to have a smaller budget when we've got 10 weeks this financial year where we can't actually make ends meet? Later, at question time, I will ask the DHSC Minister about the huge numbers of people who've simply been removed from waiting lists, and those who have been repatriated from UK hospitals whilst undergoing treatment. Last week, the Minister told us about waiting times at A&E being around 5.5 hours, and there are around 6,000 people on the waiting list for dentists, many of them children. There are real pressures build wind turbines south of the island, money is available. We're racing towards 50 million potentially, but the chair's slightly reluctant to actually give the figure of that. At a time when we're actually pausing treatment with UK hospitals that's going to actually save us £1 million for a few days. So we've got a lot of big issues, and they all don't align as they should do. At a time of welcoming more people to the island, a lot of local residents are saying, what about me? I recognise it's a challenge, and what the Treasury Minister is putting forward has many positive aspects. But still, there are many small businesses, many workers, and many local people out there who are really struggling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Chief Minister.
you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate the Treasury on the delivery of the 2025 budget, a budget delivered in an environment where economic growth across the British Isles and further afield into Europe is weak at best. That's why today, Mr. President, I welcome the tax cut that has been brought forward. I welcome the £750,000 allocated towards improving homes for many people in our population, warmer homes. £8.3 million more towards education. £90 million forecast in capital expenditure. £25 million extra available for health and social care. Thresholds increased for child benefit. Carers and maternity allowance increased. Pensions increased in line with the triple lock guarantee. And all of this, Mr. President, means that our people will have more money in their pockets this year. And particularly I refer to those with families. Single parents with 2 children will see an improvement of £496 at the lowest incomes, and for many people it will be an additional £537 this year. Single parents with 2 children, couple, both working with 2 children at the lowest level, £481 more. Up to those couples with £55,000, seeing an increase of £973 more in their pockets this year. This, Mr. President, is a budget for working families. This is a government that has consistently shown its commitment to working families, whether it's been equalising child benefit rates, whether it's been providing extra years early education. Time and time again, the Treasury and the Treasury Minister in this government has shown its commitment to our working families. I congratulate him on getting more money into working families' pockets, and indeed more money into people's pockets generally across the economy, from single people through to our pensioners. We must have economic growth, we must look after our people, and these are positive steps forward that will help improve the outlook for people in this coming year as they tackle quite slow and weak economic conditions. And Mr. President, I say all this and welcome this budget and welcome the increases, tax cuts that will increase money in people's pockets, and the threshold increases to child benefit and the increases to child benefit, because it will make a difference for people and the outlook and the capabilities they have of dealing with the economy, and it will also help improve our economy. Mr. President, there has been much said in the budget speech by the Treasury Minister. I don't intend to cover every detail, but I will pick up on some of the general thrust that has been put forward by other members today. All this good news is also surrounded by difficult circumstances when it comes to our budgetary outlook. You cannot just continue endlessly with budgetary deficits, and we know we are running a budgetary deficit, and we know that we've had to carefully use reserves and reserve interest to support versus what we know in terms of our economic performance and economic growth can be sustainable into the future. So something has to give. The Treasury is right to budget for healthcare next year in a framework which demands that the system delivers healthcare for the money that is given to it for what it can afford. Because to do it the other way around will mean effectively that we lose control of our budgetary framework and we potentially lose control of our economic framework and the tax system that we operate for future success. So this budget is not without its challenges, but in the next year we will give our people every opportunity to succeed. Putting money back in people's pockets has been what the Treasury Minister promised and what he has delivered. The majority of people, particularly our working families, will be better off next year, and for some that relief will be hugely welcomed. Honourable members, we've also made progress in other areas. There are an estimated 1,300 more people in jobs than there were 3 years ago. Work on brownfield sites is starting as we happen. Work that will create jobs and opportunities and also improve our town centres. Hundreds of houses have been built and there's planning permission for hundreds more. We are working to deliver on our promises. We are building an economy for the future and we're doing it in the most difficult of economic circumstances around us. Because we do have control, we do have the fiscal answers, but we cannot control monetary policies. So we have the ability to respond to events. We don't have necessarily the ability to control events in some circumstances. This is a budget designed for the day, for the hour, for the month, and for the years ahead. I urge honourable members today, support this, recognise the benefit to your families, to your constituent families. Let's get behind the Treasury Minister today, and of course let's do so recognising, of course, that we have serious and significant debates ahead on a
outstanding on this list.
Fast away, good afternoon, honourable members. Please be seated. Did the coffee morning over.
Honourable members, please keep standing for the President of Tynwald.
That's the mic, I'll turn you on a walk.
That's my friend.
Please be seated. The members, I've given leave to attend remotely to Mrs. August Phillips now. And next up to speak on item 2 is Honourable Member Mrs. Poole-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to make a contribution that speaks in part to the position of the Department of Home Affairs, but also to reflect on, I think, some of the contributions that have happened in the debate so far. So, beginning, I suppose, with my reflections on some of the contributions, I think we've heard various contributions this morning talking about areas where there is scope for further change and positive reform. And I suppose I would reflect that when it comes to the budget process itself, actually a process is already in train. As we honourable members know, we have a select committee in place to look at this, and of course it is open to all honourable members to input their suggestions into that process. Also, the National Insurance Fund. The Treasury Minister, as we know, has committed to returning to engage in discussing what steps are needed to protect pensions and the future sustainability of the fund. There are, as honourable members have highlighted, matters that also deserve informed debate, whether the fairness and sustainability of contributions to the fund, and also critically its role now and in the future in continuing to contribute to NHS funding. Another common theme I would reflect on from this morning's debate is the importance of productivity and ensuring that we deliver maximum delivery of outcomes for our constituents within the financial envelope available. Members, in my short time as a political member of the Department of Health and Social Care, I've become even more clear that this focus on productivity is absolutely essential within our health and care service. But I have to say, it is something that matters across our wider public service. I also, though, think that it's incumbent upon us in this honourable court to also really try and understand what improving productivity might mean in practice in terms of any potential changes to service provision, and to be able to not only understand that, but then support and engage our constituents in their understanding of how potential changes in service delivery might at first blush seem difficult, but provided they deliver better outcomes for our constituents, then I believe they are the right things for us to focus on and play our part in seeking to deliver. There is also, I think, honourable members, an importance here in understanding and also explaining how changes in demand and need might give rise to circumstances where in fact it is appropriate for departments and agencies across the public service to seek some additional investment. And when I come to talk about the position of Home Affairs, I will touch on 2 examples of this. Thinking about ways in which we can drive financial responsibility as well as efficient, effective services, I've reflected on some suggestions made today. A couple that come to mind are not to allow any increases in budget for departments and agencies, which I think was the suggestion of the Honourable Member for Onchan, Miss Edge, or for Treasury to impose a pay cap. I think the proposed 2% increase in budget across the board for pay next year, effectively, honourable members, will operate as a pay cap, because within that funding envelope, any increases to pay across the public service will have to be met in some way, and so will act in part as a way of driving a focus on how we afford pay, whilst also continuing to deliver services. But I suppose my key reflection is that in any suggestion as to how we may move forward, it's important to consider the practicalities of any measures, as well as what outcomes will result. Home Affairs, as a department that retains responsibility for meeting its utility costs, is in the position of actually then practically seeking to invest in ways to drive down our energy use and spend. And I can point to the example that's already in play of the solar array at the Carnane Mass site, but I can also point to continued effort and work to secure energy efficiency measures at the prison, but also the inclusion of energy efficient equipment at the new build Sexual Assault Referral Centre. Honourable members, if we invest with the aim to spend less overall, whilst contributing to reducing our emissions, then fixing a department with the budget and the responsibility for energy costs is, I would argue, an effective way to achieve both outcomes. One final reflection before I turn to the Department of Home Affairs position. There are, of course, real challenges for a small jurisdiction such as ours to keep pace with and demonstrate effectiveness in a world of fast-changing and increasing international standards. That is the case in the sphere of tax, but it is also the case in the area of financial crime. As an international financial centre in which financial services remains the bedrock of our economy, ensuring we have the resource and expertise to tackle money laundering and demonstrate effectiveness to required international standards is critical. Now, I understand that for many, many of our constituents, the work involved in such endeavours is not something that they see or touch day to day. It's not manifest in the delivery of what most people experience as critical frontline services. But I think when we look at our overall public service and where we might need to invest sometimes to ensure that we support the island as a whole and its economy and social future, it's important to recognise that there are additional resourcing pressures that arise that we must maintain and meet. Talking specifically about the position of the Department of Home Affairs, as I highlighted in my contribution last year, honourable members will be aware that there is at the core of Home Affairs a small administrative team that supports all of our service areas as well as progressing a large legislative programme and having a continued focus on key project work to implement Tynwald supported improvements. I would highlight, for example, the pilot of the multi-agency safeguarding hub and the work to deliver the Securing Our Island strategy, which include the successful integration of ports policing in the constabulary with effect from the 1st of February this year. At the same time, we retain a continued focus on productivity and efficiency. We were grateful to the Treasury for the uplift we received last year that recognised the particular pressures facing Home Affairs in terms of demand related to pay and utilities costs. And we have worked hard this year to manage our resources to focus on the areas that have been prioritised and to stay within our budget, continuing to deliver critical frontline services to keep people safe. The discrete capital project to build the new Sexual Assault Referral Centre continues to progress and remains on track to be completed later this year. Honourable touched on the fact that I would give a couple of examples around the budget for 2025-26 where demand has led to bids to the Treasury to seek for some additional resource in order to meet that demand. So in terms of the proposed budget for next year, we would like to thank the Treasury for recognising the continued pressure, particularly in relation to the Protecting Vulnerable People team within the constabulary. You will all be fully aware that having brought into effect our domestic abuse legislation and last year having switched on the Sexual Offences and Obscene Publications Act, the constabulary has seen rising demand in relation to domestic abuse offences and sexual offences. The Protecting Vulnerable People unit have the tools, including this up-to-date legislation, to be able to investigate and prosecute these offences and thus keep more people safe. But this has led to the team being stretched beyond its capacity. recognising that this demand is likely to continue for the medium term, and based on Jersey's experience when they opened their new sexual assault referral centre, the demand may further increase. So additional funding to support the increased staff in the Protecting Vulnerable Persons team and to support the embedding of the multi-agency safeguarding hub is needed and welcome. We are also grateful for the support we have had in this year to manage the increased prison occupancy and the funding proposed for 2025-26 to enable us to recruit additional prison and probation officers, both to continue to operate the prison safely, but also to start to invest to look at how we can support more community-related sentences. Looking ahead, we recognise there will continue to be challenges with demand and costs. We will continue to work hard to support the department's divisions in their day-to-day work, whilst driving forward projects that can support improvements and efficiencies and help deliver on the department's and Island Plan prioritised and strategic objectives. I would like to thank all of those in the department who play their part to keep our island safe and who continue to work 24/7 all year round and deliver a great deal with what we have. Your hard work and commitment is recognised and appreciated. I support this budget, which provides needed funding to frontline services, recognises that reform and productivity increases are needed to improve sustainability as well as decent services, and supports hard-working families. Thank you, Mr. President.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Glover.
As the saying goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results. As a critic of the whole budget process, this budget has been the perfect example of the fundamental flaws in the system, the take it or leave it culture. If I was a member of the Select Committee on the role of the legislature in the budget process, I would look back to 2010, when Mr. Speaker introduced a private member's bill to amend the process. The groundwork is already there. At the sitting of Tynwald, before which budget proposals are tabled, a statement should be made by the Treasury Minister explaining what's being put forward. Once members have finished with questions on the statement, the President shall adjourn consideration of the budget proposals to the next regular sitting of Tynwald. This will allow members to not be on their own for 6 days this year after recent events with the final version. They will have a full month to study the proposals with the veil of secrecy removed, as the proposals will be in the public domain. Members will also be able to put forward amendments to the budget, provided it doesn't significantly increase public expenditure or decrease public revenue. This must have concurrence 14 days ahead of the Tynwald sitting, where voting on the budget takes place. This is the budget reform that is sorely needed here, a transparent procedure which would expose any dark arts at a much earlier stage. It will also engage the public, and this could be a good or bad thing for the sitting Treasury Minister, depending on what he or she is bringing to the table. It will also allow for us, not just the Treasury Minister, to discuss the budget. Its simplicity, its genius. Back to the shambles of the past few weeks regarding state pensions, which threaten to create a two-tier system being rolled into the budget process, is another example of this system. Thankfully, this has been withdrawn following the extensive debate in another place last week, and I was glad to support and second the much-needed motion brought by Oncan MHK, Julie Edge. However, this means we've only had 6 full days for the final budget and associated papers. There's a lack of analysis on the impacts of maintaining the triple lock across all state pensions over the next year. In figures revealed to me by Treasury, the current total national insurance Class 1 employer's debt for all tax years is £4,299,061. That's an obscene amount. What is being done to recover this sum, and how much will likely be written off? I sincerely hope we now have the full and proper engagement with the people of the island, looking at how we resolve this issue. The NI fund does need reform, but let's see the alternatives with detailed analysis before deciding. A national conversation is needed with us all involved, not just the Treasury Minister. XRN, in the latest increase in our spending on health, is it going to be enough? The lessons of history will tell us the answer will be no. This year we have an overspend of potentially 15 to 17 million pounds has been figures that have been tallied around. For the 23-24 year we had a supplementary vote to approve a further 30 million. It was 8.8 million for 22-23 and 10 million for 21-22. I stumbled across a news article from February 2020 in my preparation for today. Back then, GMHK at the time, Mr. Laurie Hooper, was asking the then Health Minister what was being done to address overspends in the Department for Health and Social Care. 8 million was being asked for in this year, following from overspends in the previous 5 years. Let's also not forget the further millions spent with Tynwald approval on the 3 stages of the Max Care programme using Synaptic to reduce waiting lists, which was welcome. I'd like to hear how we're going to stop these historic overspends, not just words but actions, as the issue seems to be somewhat ingrained. However, it is not just Max Care that needs to deliver within budget, it is government that this applies to as well. Moving on. We welcome the reduction in the higher level of income tax from 22 to 21 pence. The rise from 20% sent out, in my view, all the wrong signals last year and was described as temporary. But like other members, I'm concerned with the way that this is being done with another raid on our National Insurance Fund. XRN again, how much was expected to be raised and ring-fenced for Max Care? It was stated around 20 million in last year's budget. Are we on track for that sum? The increase in personal income tax allowance is welcome but small, and the income tax liability for an individual under the new discount election are just, in my view, window dressing and a chance to say we have increased it after leaving it for years. It won't affect those already locked in, so will not raise much, if any, new revenue. In the Treasury Minister's speech, he did say, quote, he and other members have questioned the purpose of the NI holiday scheme. After careful review of its effectiveness, I'm bringing forward significant reforms to the scheme so it can be repurposed to incentivise the return of Manx students and on-island training. Can he provide honourable members with more details? I do welcome this change, but can he tell us more about these significant reforms? I continue to be frustrated, it's not quite strong enough, by the length of time it's taking for the new Castle Rushen High School to progress. I share the frustration of Castletown commissioners over this. Progress is being made, but my goodness, this is painful. When are we going to be able to share some good news with our constituents? Hector, I keep asking myself, in amongst all the flattery we heard, where is the substance and the ability for us to provide scrutiny? One area I am greatly concerned by is Manx national heritage. Let me just find my place as I've just whizzed on. Here we go. These assets under their umbrella are what set us apart from everywhere else in the world. I am concerned funding for this organisation is not enough, especially when we are seeing evidence of possibly selling off some of its crown jewels. We must retain what makes us different. We must improve what our offering is. I also want to ask what provision there is for public sector pay rises, bearing in mind the long-going pay dispute. This could fundamentally undermine this budget if not realistically accounted for. Hector, and I agree with Mr. Speaker's comments in total. This take-it-or-leave-it budget approach is unacceptable. We need scrutiny and transparency, not flattery. We need to concentrate on core services. We shouldn't be punishing workers to make good on a hugely unpopular tax increase last year, which didn't work anyway. There's a lack of certainty, a lack of detail, a lack of process, a lack of transparency, which leads me to have a lack of confidence in this budget. I feel it would be grossly irresponsible for members to vote for this budget when we don't have all the details to hand. This seems to be a classic case of smoke and mirrors, protect the wealthy at all costs. The Treasury and Chief Ministers have argued this is putting money in the pockets of the lowest paid, and there is evidence of that. But I believe the squeezed middle will now have the last bit squeezed out of them. I'm also seriously concerned by the examples given by Treasury and how people will be better off or worse off. Just how many categories there are there that show that we're worse off than people in the UK. The well-paid single person here is better off. A wage of £130,000 is £70,000 better off than the equivalent in the UK, but a single parent on £44,000 plus child benefits is £553.90 worse off. These are the inequalities in our society members have been pointing out. XRM, overall it's impossible to assess the impacts of this budget fully because we've been treated like mushrooms. A vote for this budget is a vote into the unknown because we haven't got the full details. I find that an unacceptable and disrespectful process. Gurumai XRM.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Mr President, and to the Treasury Minister for today's important budget. As I often do, I'm speaking in the afternoon because the morning is about celebration and bigging ourselves up, but it's widely known that I like to speak truth to power, to knock the boosters where they need knocking, even to boost the knockers where they need boosting. Evidence-based policy making is what I'm all about. But having said that, I just do want to start with a couple of and I'm going to limit myself only to things that I don't believe have been covered to date. So there's lots of other things I would like to have talked about, which I'm not going to talk about, but they will come up in coming weeks. Firstly, I want to focus on a couple of really good things that haven't been focused on as yet. The first one is that my nightmare back in 2021 was that the settlement that had been reached in terms of public sector pensions would be unpicked during this administration. That's why I raised it before we even had elected a chief minister, because we had a compromise in terms of contributory pensions and defined contribution pensions, and we put in place a hard cost-sharing envelope, based around a certain percentage, and then we put in place a mechanism that would play out if the contributions were either too little or too high, and that seems to have been working. It's been delayed by 1 year from the timetable that was announced 5 or 6 years ago, but it seems to be working. So that's taken away some massive pressure that's been on us for a number of years, and that's something that we should all be celebrating. Yeah. The second really good thing that I really wanted to focus on that hasn't been focused on as yet is that we did borrow £400 million at incredibly good terms, both relative to gilts, both relative to the yield curve, so it's for quite a long time, and also in absolute terms at a very low interest rate. And the really good news is that loads of that money is still sitting there in reserves. It wasn't there before, it still is there. We've reported use of it in different ways, but we haven't actually used it. It's sitting there in general reserves, except for the bits that are off with the Manx utilities and with the steam packet. So we do have £200 million plus from that bond issue, as far as I'm aware, that is still available for meeting our infrastructure needs, revenue earning infrastructure requirements. So that's really good news that hasn't come up as yet. In fact, £78 million was taken out of the National Insurance Fund, I believe, during the COVID period, and £80 million is reported in the Sustainability Fund report as being used for the purposes for which that £78 million was taken out. So perhaps we can deal with the National Insurance Fund issue and the pension issue and the security of the social security system issue by transferring money back into the National Insurance Fund from that bond as described in the Sustainability Fund report presentation of what happened to that money. Unfortunately, I now need to mention some bad news that hasn't really been focused on as yet. And the first piece of bad news is we can think ourselves that we are doing better in terms of economic growth than people around us. We can think ourselves that we're getting positive economic growth. But the reality is that for the last 3 years, in constant prices, GNP growth has been negative. You know, we need to accept that. You know, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is the personal income that's available inside our economy for people. But and when I say last 3 years, I mean the last 3 reported years. So I mean 2020 to 2023, because it takes such a long time for the GDP figures, national income figures to come out. But you know, that's 3 years where we've had real terms negative GNP growth, which is not actually a swimmingly successful economy. And this last year, personal income declined in real terms. So we haven't quite got the good economy, and that's what people are perceiving, I think, and we need to do something about that, and I've got some proposals later on. And the other point is, you know, we can celebrate £60 million of extra money in our reserves, but that is what you would expect from if you start off with £1 billion and you're getting interest on it. So we shouldn't exaggerate how well we're doing in terms of reserves. So basically, there is some bochnid inside this budget. There is some nonsense, and that's a parliamentary word because I've used it before. There is some bochnid, and we ought to make sure that we're not focusing on that. And the other Manx word that occurred to me during the course, particularly the opening speech, but corresponding, but later on when certain people spoke as well, is we need to now focus on answers around policy and not on celebrating each other in personality terms. So a Manx word that occurred to me was, in the sense that I asked for a word that I could use, was, you know, tell me a Manx word to describe what's going on in the conclave that's winning all the awards in the movies these days. Give me a Manx word to describe what's going on in the traitors that a number of us have mentioned in speeches over time. In other words, plotting and conniving and thinking about the election. And the Manx word that might be appropriate is calgaren, which means sort of plotting. People plotting, and that's not what we need to focus on now. What we need to focus on is answers, answer in Manx, solutions to our real challenges, and we need to make sure that the population helps us tackle the real challenges we've got with real solutions, and that's what I'm now going to move through. The first one comes from my role in Culture Vannin. So in January, the people who were funded from the lottery funds had a couple of good weeks, most of them anyhow, because apparently the distribution of the National Lottery Trust money was going to be changed for the first time since 2009, because in 2009 it was settled in a budget debate and it hasn't been reviewed since. There's no law behind it. It was just settled in the budget debate back in 2009. But unfortunately, at the end of those 2 weeks, we had some bad news, which is it wasn't going to happen after all. That's going to be put off. So I'd just like a categoric assurance from the Treasury Minister that the allocation of the lottery trust monies will actually be revisited this coming year, because some of the people that get funds from lottery trust money, you know, have to cover all of their costs, including core costs, and others don't because they're part of departments, and we really do need to make sure that we look after sports and culture and arts and community groups properly, and we actually use that lottery money to the best purposes. So I'm seeking a reassurance that the allocation of the lottery trust will be revisited. The second point that's been hinted at and celebrated, and I want to join with the celebrations, is to do with sort of disabilities. I'll use changing places as an example. So, you know, we do have even more changing places than Mr. Maltby identified. So we have an excellent one on the Manxman, as well as the ones that was identified. You know, out there, if you're listening, please don't force the door closed, because it takes 20 seconds to close a changing places door, and if you do force it, it'll break. So the Manx one's currently got an open door, but hey, it's a wonderful changing place. There's a facility at the National Sports Centre. Members will have seen that I asked about whether the one at the airport was going to be airside or seaside, and then I proposed in private that, you know, Castletown commissioners have been trying to purchase a toilet block from government for some time to make into a changing place in Castletown. So basically what I'm saying is, if we are going to spend this money, this 150,000, we need to make sure that it's spent optimally. The fact that we've got a changing place inside the hospital is a good thing, but are people going to risk going into the hospital if they're in the excellent Braddon Roundhouse facility or in Tall Trees down the road or elsewhere? We need to actually have an optimal strategy for all of these things rather than just spending money. So it's wonderful that disability and changing places and things like that have got such a focus in this budget that they have, and I thank everybody who's been involved in that. But now's the time to make sure we use that money properly and think through whether it's going to be airside or landside at the airport, and where it's going to be in the sea terminal if that's the solution. The next point to pick up on a point that Mr. Ronenberg raised, which is the Isle of Man ferry terminal in Liverpool. So the Treasury Minister is on record as saying that part of the problem with the Isle of Man ferry terminal in Liverpool is the contract. Well, now he's said that, I need to know what is the problem with the contract, because as far as I was aware, there is no problem with the contract. It's a standard contract. But now it's public that all of this goes back to the contract. We need to know what's wrong with the existing contract. It's a standard, widely used industry contract. If we were able to get a fixed price contract, or if they were able to get a fixed price contract all those years ago, I'm sure they would have done. The next best thing is to have the contract that works for people. So we now need to know how much it's going to cost in Liverpool, and if the problem has all been to do with the contract, why it was all to do with the contract. We've also got an item in today's Pink Book about increasing the amount of money that's controlled by Treasury for covering overspends from £500,000 to £2 million, which frightens me somewhat, even though I've been in government as well as outside government. £2 million is an awful lot when you compare it to a little bit of working capital for the Manx Development Corporation. It's not so much when you compare it to the 70 million that was approved in respect of the Isle of Man ferry terminal in Liverpool. What exactly are we talking about in terms of capital projects, and are we giving away more Tynwald control over the capital projects through this approval we're going to be asked to make explicitly later on, to increase the contingencies control from £500,000 to £2 million. The fourth point, where I'm going to state the problem and give you an answer as well, is to do with infrastructure, because I learned from Mr. Morehouse that apparently at the end of this financial year we're going to have a positive proposal for Castle Rushen High School. I don't see that in any of the documents that we've got given. Quite the opposite. Last year we had a long list of projects, and this year we don't even have a long list of projects, so we don't get in arguments about what's in that long list of projects and not in that long list of projects. We just don't even have a list. There's nothing, I heard from the Minister of Health and Social Care.
Member Gilway.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Morehouse.
Yeah, I made reference to with reference to what was actually the Treasury Minister's budget speech. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. And that's we need to go down and actually plan infrastructure expenditure, because every pound we have is precious, and we need far many more pounds for infrastructure than we've got now. Castle Rushen High School, that needs to be compared against the remaining eastern projects. Castle Rushen High School needs to be compared against the projects that are still needed at the airport, which we've previously heard might cost 100 million or something. The Castle Rushen High School needs to be compared against the highways projects that are all over the place. We've had reference to Port St Mary High Street. Is that the most important little bit of residential highway on the Isle of Man, or would it make more sense to spend money on Woodburn Road and the roads up there in North Douglas that Mr Henderson reminds us from time to time? So basically, back in 2021, we were promised a strategic infrastructure needs assessment, and through that strategic infrastructure needs assessment, I would have thought by now we would have a priority for education investment and for infrastructure investment and for health facilities investment, but we don't seem to have that. Mr Hooper, when he was Minister, gave me a top 3 capital projects in health. Number 1, something to do with the labs, to deal with the regulatory issue. Number 2, an oxygen facility, which was a COVID recommendation. And number 3, the ambulance station. Well, while I was away in January, you funded Hollydean, Radcliffe Villas, and doesn't seem to be anything left for any of those other 3 projects. So if I've got to go out and tell the constituents now, they won't be getting their ambulance station, which has been which is a promise that's already been made, and we won't be having work on the labs. We do need to have work on our infrastructure planning. So that moves on to the 5th area. I'll get the answers, the solutions, and that's energy. The Green Living Grant replacement keeps getting put off. We're now into by the end of 2025. The decision, it's great to celebrate the small solar panels that the Department of Home Affairs and the managed to put up on Carnane Hill, but the major projects that supposedly were going ahead for Manx Utilities and the DUI are now in different places from the ones that we thought they were going to be, and other people have been forbidden from copying what the Department of Home Affairs did. So the Post Office had a really good scheme early on, but was turned down for permission to fund it. In terms of gas and the Isle of Man's territorial seas hydrocarbon field, it might be that we need to start making decisions by the end of this month, or just after the end of this month, in terms of how we deal with the balance of the licence that exists in the hydrocarbon field. And it might be that we need to get access to public funds to fully gather the data that's necessary prior to any operations, as well as winning over doubting communities. And in terms of wind power, it's a bit embarrassing really to see in the Pink Book, which the public will be doing now, that we haven't as yet got a fully costed programme for energy. So there's no information in this Pink Book about energy, when supposedly energy is the biggest thing that's going on right now. In that sense, the Pink Book is just deeply frustrating, and we're still in the never land of energy planning. And moving on to housing, I see a massive disconnect between the Island Plan objective of more homes occupied and the current policy of putting into a deficiency payment fund, £7 million, which is what we used to spend annually on the deficiency payment. And so we're going to put in £7 million into a fund every year. So what's the point of calling it a fund then, if it's just an annual amount that we need for the deficiency payment? Mr. Callister was upstairs in the gallery in November 2013, and in November 2013, when we were discussing the housing policy, basically £7 million deficiency payment was a national disaster and a national crisis that had to be fixed. And now we're pretending we fixed the housing crisis by putting in what was previously a huge amount into a fund which should only pay for an annual deficiency payment. The money that we've spent on our policy is actually on Ballacubban. There's nothing else really there for Douglas or for Castletown or for Peel, which has got land in bequest for it, or for Ramsey. Housing needs a lot more attention. There's nothing really there to deal with the thousands of empty properties that we've got, except the potential of a hugely contestable local authority initiative around rates. Moving on to the revenue part of the budget, as Mr. Hooper has described, we've gone from a situation where departments made financial plans and the Pink Book included text about linking the numbers to the plans, so we knew what the money was going to be used for. Basically, the Pink Book looks more and more like a series of spreadsheets, just numbers without any explanation. And so I'm at a loss. Apparently, we no longer do financial planning, we do scrutiny panels, and politicians are not directly involved in those scrutiny panels. And it seems to me we're losing track and the ability to actually plan for what's going to happen. I noticed that Minister Paul Wilson talked about the 2% being a pay cap effectively, or 2% being something that then had to go. But the simple fact is that some departments have been able to go to the contingency funds for pay settlements, and other departments haven't even dared ask because the amounts of money are huge. So the police, quite rightly, did get extra money from the contingency fund, but that wasn't available for bus drivers or for lots of other people who are under a lot of pressure in terms of their wage payments. The next area of problem into which I'm going to come up with a solution would be the whole use of out of control from Tynwald funds. So the National Insurance Fund, we're now putting in legal basis to the transfer out for the healthcare, but in the last few years we've actually transferred money from the NI funds for healthcare. I've mentioned the 78 million of COVID payment systematically over the years, over the last decade or so. Interest from the National Insurance Fund has been used for general reserves. We've got the economic fund, which has spent 10 million in the last year, and the Pink Book seems to reveal that some of that has gone on the Derby water main, more of it's gone on airline subvention. Of course, it goes on the Department for Enterprise funds. You know, some of it gets presumably been allocated or committed formally to the Island Infrastructure Scheme, because those projects now seem to be in process, but we don't know, and we won't get to find out because nobody reports on all of those things. Manx Development Corporation has now drawn down £19 million under its loan facility, according to the Freedom of Information request, and that's a huge amount of money that's being spent outside, on borrowed money from outside the public's knowledge and outside our control. That leads on to my last point, which is, as far as I can tell, transformation projects and restoration and recovery projects and those sorts of things are becoming more history. You know, they're being seen for what they are, which is additional ways of channeling money into certain departments and certain areas at certain times, rather than calling them budget increases for certain times, and I support that. The answer is that we actually need to have a better budget process and an actual prioritised budgeting. It's nothing new that's being proposed these days. Digitisation, been around since 2015. The idea of zero-based budgeting was piloted first from memory in the Department of Education around 2017, 2018. All this stuff is just being recycled, coming back again, and we need to draw a line on it. Okay, so ending with three big thoughts. The first one is that I think what we're all calling for is a return to the target, the main target of the 2016 to 2020 Isle of Man government, which was to increase real median earnings post-tax. That's what our national indicator was. That was what our primary indicator was. It wasn't about minimum wage or living wage or about something to do with tax cappers. It was what really matters, which is what the middle person in our society takes home after inflation and after tax. And if we focus on that, we'll begin to address the issues that have been raised by Mr. Watterson and so many others in this budget debate. So let's move to focus on looking after the man and the woman in the middle, those who are just struggling by and up to the average person. That should be our number one focus. The second big point I want to close with is that I think 20 years of economic strategy should be reversed today. I think eventually you've got to see through the idea that if you spend more and more money on the Department for Enterprise, or before that on the Department of Economic Development, or just in general on trying to choose markets and pick winners, eventually you've got to see through that the best way to do it is to do what Mr. Lord Brennan described, which is to cut back public expenditure, to reduce what we take off of the private sector through the public purse, and we need to basically change the direction of 20 years of economic strategy. We need to get out of people's lives, and we need to basically do what's necessary rather than what the bureaucracy is telling us is necessary. So that's the second big point that I want to capture. And the third one is we are in a situation now where we've got to be mindful of how we come across around us. So at first sight, you know, our international exposure could be said as being 2.5 million or so for passports and, you know, the odd contribution to the odd weapon, good governance from the Lieutenant Governor, 2.5 million overseas international development assistance, but there's loads more around it. There's FIRSA, there's negotiations about whether we get access to the contracts for difference market, there's whether or not the North Sea Transition Authority will help us or won't help us, there's about the regulatory review for gambling going on in the UK and the money laundering review going on in the UK. Essentially, we've got to be ever so careful how we present ourselves now internationally, and that's my major point. You know, we got away with trying to extend our territorial seas in these times. It doesn't seem to have done us too much harm. Excellent negotiation got us focusing on the access to the contracts for difference for offshore wind, it seems. But everything we do now might have consequences, so we need to be very careful how we come across, given where we are now. I won't be voting for the budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
One, the Honourable Member, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I thank the Treasury Minister for the budget before us today? At last year's budget, Mr. President, I raised several concerns. One of those concerns was around the structural deficit and the predicted outturn over the short term. One of the things I found heartening from this year's Pink Book is the finalised structural deficit for 23-24 has come in at just under 53 million lower than predicted last year, and the predicted structural deficit for 24-25 is 6.5 million lower than predicted last year. There's still a long way to go, Mr. President, but it does provide some reassurance that at least for those 2 years things are heading in the right direction, and it gives us a direction of travel. I've previously stood in this Honourable Court and expressed concerns around the stability of the National Insurance Fund, Mr. President. In terms of the Manx State pension, a decision needs to be made sooner rather than later. All the current analysis shows that if action is not taken, then the fund will run out in 2047. That's only 22 years away, Mr. President, and that will pass by quicker than we think. Now, over the years, Mr. President, there's been much criticism of past administrations dodging difficult decisions or putting off decisions. I've been one of those vocal critics, and I would say it is important that we here in this Tynwald do not do the same. The forward predictions on the fund should give everyone cause for pause, Mr. President. The outturn and forward predictions now show a deficit of expenditure over income on the fund for 6 consecutive years, 2024 through to 2029. That's the first time I can ever find where, even based on predictions, 6 consecutive years of deficit are being recorded. In terms of the cost of NI-related benefits in the fund, we are now in the last 2 years seeing NI-related benefits being equal to an average of 82% of NI contributions coming into the fund. That compares to an average of 74% over the previous 5 years. Looking at the physical cost, the cost of state retirement pensions and supplements has risen 54.4 million or 29.5% in just 6 years, whereas income to the fund has risen 8.7% in the same period. So regardless of the GAD report, the real-life figures are showing that the direction of travel is only going one way. So whether we have the debate now, or in 6 months, or 12 months, or indeed 5 years, the problem will still be the same. We either reform things to make it sustainable for future generations, or seek ways to increase income to the fund. If the latter is the eventual decision, it can only come from one place, from our working age population paying more, at a time when their budgets are already stretched and there is already a disparity between NI here and in the UK. I say right here, right now, Mr. President, that while these are decisions that might not be popular, the one thing the public out there will not forgive or forget is if we here risk the future of what is one of the great jewels in the crown of this island, the National Insurance Fund, that for generations has provided the safety net that many have relied upon, simply because we're putting off making a decision. We here in this Honourable Court need to ensure we make those difficult decisions that ensure the fund is there to protect generations to come, just as it has the generations in the past. Turning to the income tax higher rate, Mr. President, last year I expressed concern at the rise and whether it would be temporary as stated, or whether it would, as many of these tax rises tend to become, entrenched in the norm as time passes by. Can I thank the Treasury Minister for listening, and while it hasn't been possible or prudent with the current financial envelope government has to work with to restore the rate back to 20%, we are after this budget literally halfway there, and I thank the Treasury Minister for signalling that intent to work towards the commitments given last year. I believe it sends out a strong message. I would also like to, while I'm on my feet, Mr. President, thank the Treasury Minister and the wider Treasury as a whole for their support across the multiple roles I hold. In terms of housing communities, I've been very clear, it is now time to build and free up land to do so, and we will be looking at how the Housing Communities Fund can help facilitate that, And can I thank the Treasury for the additional £1 million to that fund, which I can assure him will be put to good use. Providing affordable homes needs to be the focus for the remainder of this administration, and I welcome the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, to his new role in DOI with responsibility for housing. I know from working with him previously on the Housing Communities Board how passionate he is on the topic, and I look forward to working with him in his new role. In terms of Cabinet Office, and Mr Thomas touched on this, digitisation is key. For many years in administrations we've heard how key digitisation is. Well, now is the time, as Mr Thomas says, that we need to start seeing the results. As government recognises the need to be leaner, more productive and find efficiencies, we need to seize the technological opportunities that are right in front of us with both hands. Or as Tom Peters once said, if the window of opportunity appears, don't pull down the shade. Although personally I do prefer Steve Wozniak's quote of never trust a computer you can't throw out a window. But in all serious, digitisation across government needs to be a key focus for the coming financial year. Finally, Mr President, I would just like to say before I sit down, a thank you to all the officers within Treasury for their work in getting the budget before us this year. Due to the decisions we have taken, it has meant last-minute revisions needing to be made to what is already a detailed and intensive process, and I have no doubt meant increased pressure and longer hours on those officers to get the documents we have before us today circulated and submitted. So I think it's only right we recognise that hard work that goes on behind the scenes to deliver the budget we have before us today. Thank you, Mr President.
Hear, hear. Call on the Honourable Member, Mr Crane.
Good morning, Dr. Brown. I didn't plan to speak in relation to today's budget, but a number of comments were made this morning about budgetary impacts on the population and population impacts on the budget. And I would like to comment on these, but I don't want to preempt the items on the main order paper relating to inward migration and to the barriers of population growth, so I will be brief. I recognise the breadth and challenge of comments made by honourable members throughout the day, both relating to process and to content. The big picture of the budget for me, though, is cautiously welcome because I believe it will support working families, and I'm grateful to the Treasury Minister and the Treasury team for their work and commitment. The 1 percentage point reduction in the higher rate of income tax, which of course amounts to a reduction of almost 5% on the rate of tax, and together with increased personal allowances, improved maternity allowance, continued increase in childcare support, and other changes are all welcome. However, the discussions this morning especially highlighted that there are still barriers to population growth, and in particular we heard about concerns of the impact of negative national insurance differential for the island's employees compared with the UK. And my colleague Mrs Kinnish highlighted how this would affect employees within certain income levels, and several members have also highlighted negative comparisons with taxation levels in the UK. Our population is still barely growing, just an estimated 1.5% growth over the last 3 years since the 2021 census. Births have not yet stopped falling. Deaths are substantially higher than births. Elephants in the room have been talked about this morning, but there's been little reference to the still increasing proportion of our population aged over 65 years. Going forward, that imbalance both reduces the income from national insurance and increases the pension outgoings from the National Insurance Fund. It is a major part of that picture. And when we look 40 years ahead to project how the NI Fund will survive, we need to see that the percentage of the population aged over 65 will be considerably reduced. Population ageing in the Isle of Man may actually cease from about 2040. Okay, I base that on the fact that at the moment the large numbers we've got in the 50s, in 15 years' time they'll be over 65, and then the groups going through across that 65 threshold in the years afterwards will be fewer. That needs to be part of our looking forward. We have to be sure, though, that today's policies don't create tomorrow's problems, which has perhaps been, we're now perhaps living with some of the problems of the population growth that was taking place maybe in the 70s or the 90s or a bit of both. Ireland's demographics are highly significant factors in both our budgets and our economic growth. The immediate elephant in the room may be Manx care, as was suggested this morning, with spiralling costs, but the elephant in Manx care's corridors is population imbalance and the growing population aged over 65. It's really vital that we take away the barriers that prevent young people remaining or returning, and that prevent working people from relocating here. And that's where the budget discussions and the items later in the order paper will come together. Good reminder.
Go on, the Honourable Member. Mrs. Corlett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start by saying that there are some positives in this budget. It certainly doesn't blow me away, but I do understand money is tight and there's only so much to go around. We have a budgetary deficit, we have a reliance on reserves. We have to address those issues. The two most important things for the island's economy in order for it to grow are productivity and efficiency. Simply cutting budgets does not equate to efficiency, and activity does not equate to productivity. There are concerns around the 2% increase in department budgets for pay. How realistic is that? Anything higher will need to be covered within department budgets, resulting in service cuts. Treasury have made a habit of inflating the income targets within department budgets to unachievable levels, making budgets unrealistic. The effect of income targets not achieved is overspend. The result is service cuts. Whilst these actions save money for Treasury, they don't actually tell the real story. So the education budget has some good news, and I welcome the extension of preschool credits and an inclusion fund for children with complex needs. The Minister says she is concentrating on statutory provision, but the statutory provision for children with additional needs is not adequate. So those children simply do not get the support they need. Legislation needs to change to provide better outcomes for those children and their families struggling to get the help that they need. I have to echo Ms Edge's call for investment in educational facilities in the East. I see nothing coming forward to improve our primary or secondary education facilities in the east of the island. And I also echo Ms Edge's call for serious thought around a sixth form centre in Douglas. The health budget. People just haven't felt the benefit of paying the extra 2% income tax ring-fence for health. Instead of improvements, our residents are experiencing longer waiting times for GP appointments, longer waits at ED, paused services, lack of dental provision, 2,000 children on a waiting list. People don't feel they're getting more, that they're paying more for better health services. They genuinely feel they are paying more and getting less. Yeah. Fair access to health care. That is absolutely right. The Minister's correct there. It should be fair access to healthcare, but that has to be based on need. Getting best value for money, yes, absolutely, but we have to make sure we address people's needs. No increase in the health budget, and everyone needs to know the impact that that will have. Workshops with members is good, but the people that really need to know the state of play are those who are using or waiting to use the services. Change from hospital to community service is a direction I've always wholeheartedly supported. It's absolutely the right thing to do. Provide the right care at the right time in the right place. But I have genuine concerns that what we can afford in budget simply means we can't deliver. Mr. President, the call for budget reform continues. It gets louder and louder, but still seems to go unheard. Well, actually, that's not quite true. It is heard by all those who want to listen. And I ask the Treasury Minister to listen to the call for budget transparency, keeping the budget under wraps, members not allowed to discuss anything outside of Treasury or other Tynwald members, is not helping members or the public to understand the full implications of the budget. It needs to be a bigger conversation. This budget doesn't really align with all of my priorities, but there has to be a balance of priorities and there has to be some compromise. The elephant in the room's been mentioned, and we all know the question. the answer to the question, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Well, this budget is more like a tray of nibbles. Not altogether satisfying, but then it's all that's on the menu. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't make a meal of things.
Call on the Treasury Minister to respond.
Oh, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you very much for those who voted to be able to have this debate today. And thank you very much for all those people who took part in the debate today. There's been an amazing number of really good points. I can't sum all of them up, because otherwise we'd be here for at least a week, but I'll try to do my best. If I start with Mr. Speaker, he very much talked about one of the things that I'm passionate about and have been to go into politics, which is this idea of intergenerational fairness. Talked very much about the balance we need to get in terms of how we afford and how we fund all the services that we talk about today, with who pays for them at the end of the day. The changes in the national insurance thresholds will benefit those on low incomes and working families. But he and others have said that about the disparity between our national insurance system here and across. We have no direct taxation, we have a shared VAT, but when you look at the like-for-like models in terms of people on low and median incomes, or even relatively decent incomes, the benefit of living on the island is marginal because of our national insurance system, which is a tax by definition on working people. And to reform that needs to look at the overall national insurance scheme, the money coming in and the money coming out. Why are our national insurance rates and thresholds higher? Because we are actually spending an awful lot of money in terms of national insurance-based benefits, particularly pensions. And so we don't have to have that conversation about the National Insurance Fund. One, in terms of the sustainability of the fund, because we can't ignore the fact that since 2007 we've known that if we do nothing, then it will be extinguished. But secondly, that it is unsustainable to constantly put the burden on working people to prop up a fund that benefits others in terms of the generations. I'd like to thank Mr. Speaker for his written question, which is published today, which looks at his exact question was what the expected increase in costs would be to retain the earnings link for state pension uprating, and what would this represent as the employee national insurance contribution rate, assuming there was no change in the employer rate. And I would really recommend that you read it. We've gone through it, we've double-checked it. It is stark. The extra burden that would be necessary borne by working people on this island, when countless members have already said that burden is already dissuading people from staying here or moving here. So we do need to have a look at that total balance. So in terms of the NHS allocation that comes out of those contributions that come in each year into the NI fund, and again, in another place we talked about this last week. So when the welfare state was set up, the National Insurance Fund was particularly set up to provide for certain benefits, pensions, and an allocation to the National Health Service. That we are proposing, we're going through some legislation further on in the supplementary order paper in terms of slightly increasing that NHS allocation for the next 5 years. We have gone back to the Government Actuary Department in the United Kingdom and said, if we keep the triple lock, if we increase the National Health Service allocation, what effects do those have on the overall sustainability of the National Insurance Fund? To take a small amount of extra money out of the NI contributions and put those into the NHS has little, if no, effect on the long-term sustainability of the NI fund. The triple lock does. As I pointed out, as the work we've pointed out shows, and we will bring that extra evidence to honourable members when we debate this again in April. Because the longer we go on, actually, the worse the situation gets, and the more important it is to make the change. Several members have said, why is there urgency when you can when you can bring back triple lock for member state pensions, and it only costs you £1.2 million? It's the compounding effect. It's the way that as I pointed out in another place, more and more people, as they retire, go on to the new pension. We took control of that pension back in 2019. We now need to finish that job in terms of having overall control of pension payments and other benefit payments to sustain the fund. He also made a couple of points in terms of his own constituency, points in Mary High Street. I share his frustrations with that. We have made project development funding available to do all the various work that needs to be done there, and it is a priority for me and the newly appointed Minister for the Department for Infrastructure to actually make that a reality and actually deliver on the promises that we've made to the people, not just to the south, but lots of other areas. Several members have talked about the importance of outcomes, the importance of delivery, the importance of people on this island seeing what government are doing. Sometimes it's roadworks and everyone gets annoyed, but actually those roadworks are what are needed. And again, delivery needs to be a key driver for the 25-26 year. He talked about how believable is the medium-term financial plan and questioned that. Again, what we've really tried to do is open up some of the ongoing transparency. The quarterly management accounts are published and made available to the PAC. The big difficulty in dealing with any budget is the increasing spending on health and social care, and really we need to get that under control. He also questions the forecast growth in income tax. This is not to do with any anticipated increase in population, it's to do with the anticipated growth of the economy. And again, I think he made the comment about free reserves continue to decline. In real terms, with inflation, he's possibly right, but in absolute terms, in terms of trying to grow our reserves, we are holding them stable, we are increasing the overall reserves, whilst we are using some of the reserve interest, we are managing to try to get that under balance in the short to medium term. I'd like to thank Mrs. Lord-Brennan for her comments, and she made some very good statements in terms of government living within its means, and I cannot agree with her more. However, we've seen even today with this balance and this conflict between trying to reduce government expenditure, trying to hold departments to account, with also trying to deal with the increasing demands and expense of providing public services. She argued very passionately that we needed to focus on core service delivery with a simpler form of government, and that's where a lot of the advice and support from Treasury has come to various departments to try to instil that and try to enable that. And we've also got the priority-based allocation of resources coming forward this year to see if we can deal with some of these conflicts in terms of where the money should go to really concentrate and focus on the core delivery. One of the interesting things she proposed was trying to amalgamate both the budget and departmental plans in terms of people knowing exactly where the money was going to. And I think that's been commented by several members when we've gone through various departmental plans, is looking at the financial implications of that as well. And she also talks very much about the need for reform of overall government finances, but trying to be quite honest with the public about what we can and can't afford. And she also talks about procurement and trying to assist local suppliers. Last year we brought through changes in financial regulations to allow for reserving, so to allow even within some of our international World Trade Organization stipulations the ability to favour local firms for those contracts that are under £100,000, and that's ongoing, and we've had some really good results from that going forward. But I agree with her that our key priorities are investment in health and education, both in terms of the Island Plan, but actually in terms of touching people's lives. But we don't have to do that necessarily at the expense of our climate change commitments, which both have an economic and climatic benefit, but also really creates that environment for businesses that I talked about in my opening address. She talked also about pay restraint, and that 2% cap on pay costs really is a form of pay restraint. I agree with her that the overall pay policy needs a review. The Treasury's job really is to try and set the financial parameters within which governments operate, and that's what we've tried to do. And obviously increasing the national insurance lower threshold by 5% and the upper threshold by 10% is trying to balance some of this out. I'd like to thank Mr. Hooper for his comments. I'm glad that, as I said, we've now had the chance to debate and ask questions. And again, he commented on raiding the National Insurance Fund to pay for the NHS. This is not a raid on the National Insurance Funds. This is an increase in the amount of the National Insurance contributions that are allocated to the NHS. The fund itself remains the same. And as I've said, the long-term impact of this 5-year change is actually minimal. We've had GAD look at this, and really shows that it will have no real effect in terms of the future of the NI fund. The key change is looking at the money going out, not necessarily the amount of money coming in, because we've seen national insurance receipts being relatively healthy. And again, we will be coming back and debating this in April. Again, in terms of the National Insurance Holiday Scheme and the offset with that, changes in the scheme that we'll be debating later on will hopefully save around about £1.2 million, which is very similar to the amount that we predict we'll be spending extra on installing the triple lock for the Manx new state pension. In terms of the budget for Department of Health and Social Care, and obviously the money going into the mandate, I think several people have talked about cuts, have talked about freezing that budget. When you look since 2019, this Honourable Court has sanctioned over £100 million extra money going into healthcare through supplementary bids. £100 million. Even when you look at last year's budget, the Manx Care mandate, the budget was 347 million. We estimate that they will spend 367 million. Prior to that, in 2023-24, the mandate was 303 million. They spent 355 million. It is incredibly difficult for Treasury to come up with a budget when one particular department is consistently overspending. This year, what we have done is update the Manx Care mandate based on the funding formula to 361 million. The total amount available to them will be £371 million, which is £25 million more than the mandate for 24-25. And when you put that into perspective, when Manx Care came with their revenue bid, they were forecasting that they'd need around about 377 million. That's a 6.7 million difference, a 1.8% difference from the 2025 budget. So I think it is imperative on the department, on Manx Care, to come in on budget. We cannot continue to write blank cheques for a healthcare service, which many members have said does not seem to be delivering the outcomes that people expect. So I very much welcome the Minister for Health and Social Care's statements about the reform that is needed to actually provide that increased capacity in primary care going forward. But I'm sorry he can't support this budget, but I actually give him my commitment that we will continue to work with the department, we will continue to work to Manx Care to bring forward the healthcare reforms that are well and truly needed. Not just here, but we've seen the pressures in other jurisdictions as well. In terms of Mr. Warburg, I'd like to thank him for reading through the Pink Book and his comments. This isn't about winning votes at all, actually. This is about trying to rebalance the needs and wishes of honourable members of their constituents with the priorities for our nation going forward. He talked about the structural deficit and the reliance on reserves, but in the medium-term financial plan we've seen an increase in those reserves, a forecast increase in tax and national insurance receipts, and a forecast increase in the national insurance funds. He talked about wondered how departments will cap their employee costs at 2%, but if we're going to be realistic about reducing overall government expenditure and about looking at efficiencies, we have to accept that those departments that spend the most taxpayers' money, particularly education and healthcare, employ the largest numbers of staff. And that's where the pressure lies. That's why we need to look at their pay costs and non-pay costs. But the allocation for pay in Manx Care is slightly different because obviously their pay is determined by bodies across. We talked about investments and equities, but obviously there is a balanced investment mandate looking at bonds and gilts as well. And he talked about the dividend from the Iron Man Steam Packet Company and whether this was good value for money for the taxpayer. The Iron Man Steam Packet Company are paying back the debt that was used to purchase it. On top of that, there is a dividend, a small dividend, but what we're looking at, what the Tynwald Committee will be reporting next month to the Honourable Court, is the financial objectives of the Steam Packet Company and trying to align that with the economic objectives of the island. He talked about the investment in OHR, that was £1.9 million through the Thrive project, and he also talks about increased costs for the tax department. There are no increased costs. What we've been doing is trying to look at the year-on-year costs and controlling them very carefully, looking at vacancies and the problems recruiting to the public sector with the competition from the private sector. There is ongoing negotiation to complete the Liverpool Ferry Terminal project, and certainly in terms of the Department of Health and Social Care, when he commented about them showing a reduced budget, that's because the increased NHS NI allocation is shown as an income netting off their expenditure. So there is no cut there. I'd like to thank the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture, Mrs. Kane, for her comments about the benefits of change, reform and investment in education on our island, about the success of external validation and the childcare strategy, and the need to meet the needs of our young people within a budget, but really investment in education is key going forward. Mrs. Kinnish pointed out again one of the issues that other people have highlighted, which is the difference in the take-home pay between people working here and in the UK. And a lot of this comes down to national insurance costs, but also what is often a more generous benefit system that comes out of those costs. She wondered why DLA and attendance allowance were lower here than in the United Kingdom. There was a conscious decision in 2012 following the reduction in the VAT revenue sharing agreement not to increase that year the DLA or attendance allowance that was approved by Tynwald. In the UK they put it up by 5.2%, but here it was 0, and we haven't managed to catch up on that yet. But again, each year when we look at the overall budgets, we try to readdress the need for increases in those allowances. She also talks about the cost of the TT being paid very much sometimes by the service users, and that's certainly one of the aspects of the reset following the cancellation for 2 years of the TT from the Department for Enterprise Motorsport team was to look again and maximise the amount of money that was coming back into the local economy through looking at things like sponsorship, the digitalisation, growing a new market. But again, the TT is an net cost, but when we've looked at the overall economic impact, it is really quite considerable and provides for a lot of the facilities, particularly in the hospitality industry, that we wouldn't normally have without that injection of people coming during the peak season. She also talked very much about looking at a more standard format across departmental plans so they can be compared, and that's certainly something I'll take back to Treasury. And talks about our economic reputation and the taxation division weren't particularly happy with me with my budget speech because I didn't talk about international taxation agreements, money val, all the other things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, because they don't sometimes deliberately affect your constituents or the people on the island. But that reputation, that international reputation that Minister Paul Wilson talked about is incredibly important, as I said, to enable the right environment for business businesses to thrive on the island and contribute to our overall economic growth. She talked about the current existence of the GSC and the FSA and whether they could be consolidated at some point. I think certainly as we move forward, we need to look at some of the regulatory bodies, but really cherish their independence. But how we can deal with that in a proper way by actually coming up with the overall risk assessment and having them operate within that. And I'd like to thank her for her role in the Tynwald Committee on the budget process. And again, we'd really encourage all members, and several members have talked about this, we have an open questionnaire going at the moment to get feedback from honourable members. You'll received an email last week. Please reply to that. It's a Tynwald committee set up by you. We need your views on this. There will almost certainly be a whole range of different viewpoints, but from the committee's point of view, we need to start out with what you think works, doesn't work, and what you see in the future. I'd like to thank Dr. Hayward for her comments. She again talks very, very much about balancing budget in the face of higher energy costs, and several members talked about the difference between those departments that are responsible for their own energy costs and those where it's handled by DOI. And she also talked very much about operational resilience and tried to counter some of the negativity about bus and airline services, which really have struggled with bad weather with all sorts of different problems. But particularly our air traffic controllers have really rebounded and provided a far more resilient service. In terms of resilience, there are obviously still work to do in terms of coal tar issues, but also she maximised the real key investment that's been made in key national infrastructure. I'd like to thank Ms Farragut for her comments. When we've looked at vacant property taxes, they are problematic given our current legislation on rates, and so I will be coming forward with legislative changes to enable local authorities to deal with vacant and dilapidated properties through other means. In terms of the higher rate of income tax and having a more progressive tax system, we did bring in the taper for the personal allowance for those people earning over £100,000, which means that they don't really get any personal allowance if they're earning over £130,000. But we need, I would agree with her, we need a more transparent budget process, and as I've said, there's a consultation underway. She talked about very much a fixed mindset, and I think the priority-based approach that we're bringing in will challenge that. And she commented on good ambitions but flawed executions. And I think that it's that delivery of services, delivery of projects to our people that really is key going forward. I completely agree with her that the huge amount of the money to do with health goes straight into acute care and nobles. In my previous role as a GP, every year when the primary care was underspent, it was just sucked up in terms of wards and nobles. That's very, very important. But it is absolutely key that we look to reform our healthcare service so that we can provide very much those core preventative primary care services that should be the bedrock of our NHS, but unfortunately I think have been increasingly undervalued because of the increased spending at Nobles and the way that money has been used to deal with acute care, quite rightly, but that should not be at the expense of what's going on in the community. She talked about a petroleum tax, and I wasn't quite sure whether that was in terms of petrol and a shared duty we have with the UK, or whether it was that we established a petroleum extraction tax last year in the budget. But certainly that is something we are keen to ensure, both in terms of revenue, but also obviously in terms of our climate change commitment. I'd like to thank Mrs Maltby for her gentle kicking in terms of meeting expectations. She talked very much about responding to the needs of her constituents and in terms of the provision of changing places and the increasing numbers of those, and also the benefits of the increased funding over into the childcare strategy. And I'd like to thank her for her work in education, sport and culture, but also the motorsports division in DFE. Again, the increased allocation will come from national insurance contributions, not a raid on the NI fund that has been commented by one or two people, and the increased income tax receipts have been ring-fenced for NHS. They've gone sometimes straight into Manx Care and the DHSC budget. She also asked about the top-up tax in terms of, and that was part of the Pillar 2 Global 15% minimum tax rates that we brought in. We will start getting some of that extra revenue in the 27-28 financial year. We estimate that will be approximately £35 million, and that's included in the resident tax, company tax and non-resident tax columns in the Pink Book. And she also talked about increasing child benefit thresholds, and I thank her for always looking on the bright side of life. And Mr Johnson, he talked very much about the need for resilience in our economy and the positive indicators we have. And again, I spoke in my original statement about the need to get over some of the negativity we often see. And really looking at those outcomes and the KPIs people have asked for, but being realistic about the challenges. And he outlined a range of initiatives to support the local economy and drive wider economic growth. I'd like to thank Mr Morehouse for his support for entrepreneurs and innovators. He's quite right that some have had a battering over the last couple of years, but again, we really need to build on the promotion of the local economy. He commented about reserves being emptied. As I hope we've demonstrated in the Pink Book, those reserves are not being emptied, they are being topped up. And we are trying to reverse some of the issues we've seen over the last couple of years in terms of building up our reserves again, and then using some of the reserve interest to deal with some of the structural deficit that is still there. The family silver is still being looked after very well by Manx National Heritage. They deal with all our treasure trove, and they won't let me anywhere near it. So I can reassure him of that, and also reassure him of my commitment to Castle Rushen High School development. It's been incredibly frustrating. I think we know the path now, but we need to make absolutely sure that we pursue it at pace. And also we've talked very much about the need for overall planning for primary school places, GP surgeries, when you have investment and when you have housing developments. There is no increase in NI contributions for employers or employees in this budget. And what we've done is increase the thresholds, but not the rates at all. And the extra money coming out of the for the NHS allocation is around about £10 million direct by the changes we are proposing, but there's also some extra income due to changes in the recalculation in year, as opposed to having to do it constantly backdated. He described healthcare as a great beast that needs control and reform, and again, to emphasise that next year's budget is not getting smaller, it is growing, but that beast does need to be tamed, and that's where some of the reforms that they're going to be promoted by the Department, Health and Social Care, through the mandate, through the operation plan, will deal with that. I'd like to thank him for his pointing out the difference between capital spend and revenue spend, and I certainly don't want 5 sea terminals every year. One is more than enough for this decade. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for his comments, putting more money in people's pockets, and he welcomes the tax cuts that we're bringing in, but also the increased money going into education, healthcare and benefits. But really we must concentrate on economic growth, but look after our people and make sure everyone is brought along with that. And he made the point about business confidence and consumer confidence, which I think is very important coming out of this budget, but also was quite realistic in confronting the changes we face, and the need for budget control, especially in terms of healthcare expenditure. Mrs Christian, I've stressed the importance of our health and care services and the people who work in there, and really talked about this isn't just a matter of balancing the books, but it's about making absolutely certain that we have fair and equal access in the face of growing demand, and reaffirmed her commitment to our NHS at the point of need, and the increased funding we're putting into the NHS, but absolutely increased efficiency and productivity we need to ensure services can continue to be provided within the extra contingency funding. And again, she talked again about a blank cheque to nobles and acute care and trying to concentrate more on the emphasis of community-led care, preventative medicine and reform to drive this forward. To be honest, I found Ms Edge's comments quite negative, and I was worried about the number of elephants that have suddenly appeared in the room. There's a huge array of financial information that goes into the budget, and she seemed to ask for spending cuts and cuts to services, benefits in our capital programme. We're looking at growing revenue growth through economic growth. We're looking at growing the NI fund, growing reserves. She accused me of being financially reckless, and I respect her point of view, but really we have got the cost of the public sector pensions under a degree of control, and this is sustainable. And I thank Mr Thomas for his comments about this. In the budget, they're forecasted to be about £40 million per year, but a lot of the cost-sharing agreements have worked in the way they were anticipated and are showing dividends. In terms of her calls for an ever-expanding government, this budget does set some quite strict cost controls. In real terms, we're expecting £25 million efficiency and productivity savings across all departments. And really that is a way to try to make sure, as Mrs Lord Brennan talked about, we are living within our means and trying to get a control on that. Growth has not been stalled, and there is a huge investment through the skills strategy in terms of VTAS, apprenticeships, lifelong learning. We've now got nurse training in Ireland, enhanced GP training in Ireland, teacher training in Ireland, which are all incredibly important. And in terms of the unemployment figures, those have reduced from 370 as published now to 352 on the 5th of February. So that's less than 0.8% unemployment rate, which I think is something to be proud of. I'd like to thank Mrs Paul Wilson for her reflection on the positive reform of the budget process that is taking place, the need for the future sustainability of the National Insurance Fund, but the maximum delivery of outcomes for our community through increased productivity across the public service, while also making sure we remain within the allocated budgets. And it's that fiscal discipline, fiscal responsibility that she and her department have actually spearheaded in some respects. I think she was quite honest about the practicalities of the measures and consequences of looking at 2% increase on the pay budgets. And like other departments, DHA are responsible for their own energy costs, and that is a stress. Manx Care is not, and the Department of Health and Social Care is not. And again, it's trying to get a fairer system that doesn't add extra burdens on some of the budgeting requirements for various departments. She talked about international standards, the importance of those in terms of tax, but also countering financial and organised crime, and investment to support the island and its whole, its economy and its future, particularly in terms of border security and critical frontline services to keep our people safe. Because when we compare living on our island with living across, it cannot just be about take-home pay. There are so many other things in terms of the overall tax burden, rent rates, for instance, but also the safety aspects of our island and the quality and delivery of our health and education services. I'd like to thank Mr Glover for his comments. Again, he criticised the current budget process, and I'd recommend that he provide feedback to the committee so we can drive that forward. He talked about the total employer's tax debt. In 2022-23, this was down to 498 employers and represented only 0.4% of the total amounts. The £4 million he talked about over the last 5 years is £4 million out of a total national insurance income of 1.39 billion. We will make sure that we will deal with employers' debts. However, there are some good reasons for this in terms of insolvency, in terms of other issues. We are on track for that £20 million we forecast in terms of the 2% tax increase to go straight into healthcare. He talked about the reforms of the NI holiday scheme, and those come up later in the order paper, to remove that from new residents. And also talked about the funding for Manx National Heritage. That has gone up. And also talked about the squeeze middle. We've talked quite a lot about that in terms of the national insurance charges on people's salaries. I'd like to thank Mr Thomas for his comments, and again, he talked very much about the success of the public sector pension reforms, and also the sustainable bond issue, and also our growth in GDP. I'm sorry he's apparently accused me of plotting, and we've tried to be as open as possible about the difficulties with this budget, dealing with it at a time of increased costs, of increased overspends from departments, but also with the uncertainty both of the economic situation and also the VAT sharing recalculation going ahead. Talked very much about changing places toilets and capital projects, then the contingency funding that's baked into to that. That will be through the standard contingency budget and reported to Tynwald. And also we talked about the priorities in terms of investing in education. In terms of some of the other comments he made about the improvements to the laboratories and Nobles Hospital and the ambulance station for Manx Care, those are ongoing projects going through SACIC. And there's a range of other projects such as digital histology, which will transform some of the services that we can provide. He also talked about the energy transition and how much of that is in the Pink Book. There is work being undertaken at the moment looking at the cost of another replacement interconnector and also baseload generation on the Isle of Man. And as those policies are firmed up and approved by Tynwald, then obviously some of the business cases will be drawn up. In terms of the transformation fund, there are strict terms of references regarding that. And I do think, although we've talked about it in the past, and there have been cashable and non-cashable benefits through repeated digital strategies, we now have new possibilities, but looking at the technological advances to really enhance digitalisation in terms of where we go forward. I'd like to thank Mr Ashford for his comments on the reduced structural deficit in terms of our projections, so the importance of a debate on the sustainability of the National Insurance Fund, and also the cost of increasing contributions to that, and his support for the reduction in the headline income tax rate. The extra money for the Housing and Communities Board hopefully will be able to enhance their role, and I, like him, thank Treasury officers. This budget has been incredibly difficult to do in the first place. We've had to make significant changes to respond to various decisions and various situations that we've had to deal with over the last 6 months, and I know officers have been working very long hours to constantly revise our projections and make them as accurate as possible so they can appear in the Pink Book. I'd like to thank Mr Crane for his support of working families and for pointing out the barriers to population growth in terms of taxation levels, but the benefits of coming to the Isle of Man. He, again, through the Tynwald Committee, looking at the population imbalance we have, this is a major part of the stresses that we face, not just in terms of the National Insurance Fund sustainability, but in terms of the overall welfare state provision and our health and education provision, and that's why investment in that is very important, but we need to remember where the money will come from and be honest about that. And again, those productivity and efficiency savings, Mrs Corlett stressed were key for economic growth. That the income targets really have to be realistically balanced in a number of departments, but particularly that investment in education and healthcare is key, and always has been since the start of the Island Plan. I agree with her that despite the continual increased investment we've put in, particularly into the NHS, some people haven't felt that at all and have questioned that. And unfortunately, some have questioned the very existence of the NHS. Is it working? It will work, but we need to refocus it and have those inherent reforms to bring it back to a primary care focused NHS based on need, and increasing the healthcare budget so that can be actually brought into play. There are lots of other comments made. I'm grateful for all members that have spoken. Mr Thomas did make one comment in terms of £78 million for COVID schemes that was paid for out of the National Insurance Fund. He has a question for me in another place next week. If I can just stress, this was not taken from the fund, it was used to fund benefits that were paid for by the fund, including salary support, for instance. And so, again, we based a lot of the benefits at that time to support people on our island, to support people going forward, and I think that has done the job. So, honourable members, there were a lot of people who said that they would vote against this budget at the start. I hope I've changed their mind. If I haven't, I apologise. But this is a budget in a difficult time to try to rebase, to be realistic, but also to look forward to how we can provide those essential frontline services within a budget which is affordable for the people who put us here in the first place. It would be absolutely irresponsible for me to spend considerable amounts of money without that fiscal responsibility. That is the role of Treasury, that is the role of this budget. How that money is then spent by the Parliament will be subject to departmental plans, to island plans, to operational plans, to everything else we discuss. But my role is to show you where the money is. I present to you the 2025 budget. I beg to move.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 2, as laid out on the order paper, budget for the year 2025 to 26. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No. Denied.
Division called.
Mr. Morehouse.
Lady defence.
Close the vote.
Actually, in the House of Keys, 16 for, 8 against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, none against. Therefore, motion is carried. Now, honourable members, this seems like a sensible time to take a tea break.
Yeah.
Court will now stand adjourned till 20 to 5. Before I do that, I just wish to announce that we have royal assent has been given today to the Public Sector Payments Act 2025. So moving on to item 3, General Revenue, I call on the Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like with your permission to move parts 1 and 2 of this motion and vote on them together.
Sorry.
Agreed.
Part 1 approves the revenue spending for each department in 2025-26 as outlined in Table 12A on page 24 of the Isle budget outlined in the Pink Book. Part 2 refers to the use of the government contingency included within Treasury's budget. This motion authorises the Treasury to transfer monies from the government contingency to departments and other bodies in order that they can meet additional budgetary costs which cannot be met from their approved estimates. Such transfers will be subject to Treasury approval. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Members, we come to vote on this item. Item 3, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 3 passed. We move on to item 4, capital payments. And I call on Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like with your permission to move parts 1, 2 and 3 of this motion and vote on them together.
Agreed.
Is the court content?
Part 1 approves the capital spending for each department as shown in Table 19A on page 37 of the Isle budget. In the case of discrete schemes, the approval sought is the balance of expenditure required to complete the scheme. For rolling schemes, approval for the amount of expenditure required for the 25-26 financial year is sought. Part 2 approves the capital spending in 2025-26 for each body for whom capital is funded through the Consolidated Loans Account, as shown in Table 19B on page 38 of the Isle budget. Part 3 seeks timid approval of Treasury expending up to £2 million in excess of the approved capital budget per capital scheme in any financial year. Any such amounts will come from the Capital Contingency Scheme from the Capital Financing Reserve. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. So the £2 million commission, whereas last year it was permission for £500,000, I think needs further explanation and justification, because £2 million would be a huge amount if compared, say, to the working capital for Manx Development Corporation, but it wouldn't be that much compared to the Isle of Man ferry terminal in Liverpool, for instance. So perhaps you could work through this example in terms of the Isle of Man ferry terminal in Liverpool. So Tynwald approved 70 million. I think there was a Barrel Suite presentation alongside that, which suggested that there was 5 million sort of provisionally allocated inside the contingency fund for the project. Later on, there was a motion that was moved, but was then withdrawn for £10 million. We've now got 2 million here in terms of the approved capital budget. So I think we need some further explanation about why we need to increase this Treasury permission to authorise things directly. And the second point I just wanted further clarity on is that we've now heard that despite having no list this year about what projects are under consideration by SACIC or the Capital Projects Board, we now hear that the ambulance station might still be going to be financed very, very soon. We hear that the Castle Rushen High School might be coming within this year. But we don't have any of that in writing inside the book, so we need to know more, it seems to me, as this place approving the public finance expenditure in the Isle of Man about what's happening in terms of these projects. So I invite the Treasury Minister to give further explanation along those two lines.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just have a question for the Treasury Minister. I just want to be clear on what we are being asked to approve here. The motion references table 19A on page 37 of the budget, which is actually just a summary table, which is quite interesting because the detailed capital programme, table 68 in the Pink Book, actually lists all the individual schemes out, but we're not being asked to approve that those individual schemes are the things that make up these totals. So I just want to clarify, take for example the Department of Enterprises capital budget here. We're being asked to approve an additional budget, sorry, not enterprise, education support and culture, an extra budget of 300,000. But what that is on isn't actually in that table. So could the Department of Education, in theory, move that 300,000 from one scheme to another scheme?
It's on Ballasalla Mobile, I think.
Without Tynwald approval, because we're not actually being asked to approve the actual detailed capital programme on table 68. So can I just get clarity on what he's actually asking Tynwald approval for is the headline numbers inside table 19A, but also the underlying detailed capital programme that is spelled out in the appendices to the budget.
Well, the Honourable Member, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just rise to my feet in respect to item 3 on the capital payment. I think £2 million in the current financial climate with no accountability or reporting back to this court is too high for me. Unless the Treasury Minister can give a full explanation on this, I can't support this section of the paper. Thank you.
Call on the Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the honourable members for their questions in terms of the capital payments. If I could refer to Mr. Hooper's comments first in terms of what we are asking Tynwald to approve. It's the capital programme in terms of the CFR funding. This is the total funding for the capital programme as detailed in the Pink Book. Many of these are already approved, and this is the complete amount that is needed to pay for them. This is a summary paper in terms of the overall cost. In terms of the comments made by Mr. Thomas, he references again the Manx Development Corporation. This has nothing to do with the Manx Development Corporation. They have their own funding streams, as he is aware, and respond to this annual report with annual accounts for their spending. So that does not come out of the capital programme, it's completely separate to that. In terms of the £2 million level, we've seen a number of projects that have, for various reasons, for various technical reasons, run into issues going over the £500,000 budget excess that have needed to be rectified quite urgently because they're critical national infrastructure. So we would come back to Tynwald for approvals for those large overspends if that was required, and certainly I would write to all honourable members in terms of that. So again, Appendix 4 shows the rolling schemes that this refers to, but this is, as usual in the Pink Book, looking at the total capital programme and the funding for it that has been allocated in the overall budget. The change from 500,000 to £2 million is a very practical term and a practical move to deal with some of the increases that we've seen, which will be reported back to Tynwald, but at some points need to be dealt with very quickly because of the strategic nature of them, particularly when they're to do with port security or connectivity. And with that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 4, capital payments, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No. No, deferred.
Division called.
Actor in the House of Keys, 19 votes for, 4 against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, none against, therefore item 4 is carried. Moving on to item 5, investments and reserves. I call on Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like your permission to move parts 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 of this motion related to investments and reserves and vote on them together.
As it is, they're already on the order paper in that particular order. The request is only if they are to be voted separately, so there is no court agreement required.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Part 1 refers to Table 22 on page 44 and approves the transfer between the General Revenue Operating Account and the external and internal funds for the amount of £27,879,000 in the 2024-25 financial year. Part 2 seeks approval to transfer to the General Revenue Account and the Capital Account and other expenses for 24-25 as set out in columns 5 and 6 of Table 22 on page 44 of the Isle of Man budget. Part 3 refers to Table 23 on page 45 of the Isle of Man budget, which approves transfers to the General Revenue Operating Account from the external funds and from General Revenue Operating Account to internal funds for 2025-26 as set out in column 2. Part 4 seeks approval for transfers to the General Revenue Account, the Capital Account, internal funds and other expenses for 25-26 as set out in columns 5 and 6 on Table 23 on page 45 of the Isle of Man budget, and Part 5 authorises Treasury to expend the amounts transferred from the General Revenue Account and Capital Transaction Accounts as set out in paragraphs 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 and 5.4. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Call the Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Members, we come to vote on this item. Item 5, investments and reserves, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 5, therefore, carried. Now, as we move on to the next item, 6, Minister has asked to move items 6 through 17 together but vote separately. Is the court content?
Agreed.
I call on Treasury Minister to move items 6 through 17.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm grateful for honourable members' agreement to move these together, as each relate to this year's review of social security benefit rates and allowances payable to the island. Mr. President, the first of these items increases from the week commencing the 6th of April 2025 the rates of state pensions and various social security benefits and other allowances payable in the island. As I mentioned in my budget speech this morning, the basic rates of state retirement pension and the Manx state pension up to the full rate are being increased by 4.1% in line with the UK's triple lock, whilst the rates of additional state retirement pensions and Manx state pension protected payments are being increased by 1.7% in line with the UK CPI rate at September 2024.
Excuse me, point of order, I believe that Mr. Glover may have accidentally left his microphone on. There wasn't an
Mr. Glover, can you, one moment please. Mr. Glover, can you hear?
Yes, I'm turning it on, thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Treasury Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. That clarification. The maximum rates of maternity allowance, adoption allowance and paternity allowance are each being increased by 3.5%, as is the standard rate of maternity allowance payable to women who have been self-employed and who have paid Class 2 national insurance contributions during a relevant period. The rate of nursing care contributions is being increased by 5.3%, so as to align with the rates currently payable in England and Wales. The rates of carers allowance and bereavement support payment are being increased by 2.2% in line with the increase in the Isle of Man CPI. The lump sum payment of bereavement support payment is being increased from £3,500 to £3,600. Other national insurance funded benefits which are within the scope of the reciprocal social security agreement with the UK, including incapacity benefit, legacy bereavement pay benefits, contribution-based job seekers allowance and industrial disability benefits are being increased by 1.7%. The rates of attendance allowance and disability living allowance are being increased by 2.2% in line with the Isle of Man CPI at September 2024, with the exemption of the higher rate mobility component of DLA, which is being increased by 1.7% in order that it continues to be aligned with the UK rate and that agreements with Motability Finance can continue to operate effectively. The rates of child benefit are also being increased by 2.2%. Furthermore, each of the income thresholds for child benefit is being increased by £10,000. Those who currently receive a reduced amount of child benefit on account of the income test will see an increase of between £7.32 and £7.61 per week, depending on the level of their income, for each child they're entitled to child benefit for from the 7th of April 2025. Also, families who have reckonable incomes of between £80,000 and £90,000 a year and are therefore not currently eligible to claim child benefit will be eligible to do so from the 7th of April 2025. Generally speaking, the prescribed amounts for each of the island's income-related benefits are being increased by 2.2%. The rates of income support pensioner premium are being increased by £10 a week to ensure that pensioners on the lowest incomes are able to fully benefit from the increases in their state pensions and to give them an above inflation boost. Mr. President, the item number 7, currently before honourable members, provides that where a question has arisen about the effects of the 2025 benefit operating order on a benefit already in payment, the new rates will not apply until that question is determined by an adjudication officer, the Social Security Appeals Tribunal, or the Social Security Commissioner as appropriate. It also limits the application of the 2025 benefit operating order in certain cases where the pensioner or benefit recipient is not ordinarily resident in the island. Regulations such as these are made each year to ensure the appropriate application of the benefits operating order. Item number 8, currently before honourable members, maintains the rates of the Manx pension supplement for recipients of the old state retirement pension and certain legacy bereavement benefits at their current levels. It is necessary to make this order to avoid an automatic uplift in the rates of pension supplements payable with basic state pension requirements and legacy bereavement payments, consequently on the increase of the rates of those benefits from the week commencing 7th of April 2025. Item number 9 increases the rates of the pension top-up in payment by 4.1% in line with the rate of increase in the basic state retirement pension. Items 10, 11 and 12 respectively increase from £14,000 to £15,000, the amount of capital a person can have before they are assumed to receive an income from it, for the purposes of assessing entitlement to income support, employed persons allowance and job seekers allowance. They also increased from £14,000 to £15,000 the amount of capital which a child or young person may have in order for a person in the same family who is claiming income support, employed persons allowance and job seekers allowance to be eligible for an allowance for that child or young person to be included in their applicable amount. This builds on last year's increase from £13,000 to £14,000. Item 12 also increases the weekly earnings limits for carers allowance and the incapacity benefit higher permitted work limit, as well as the yearly earnings limit for unemployability supplement paid with industrial injuries benefit, having regard to the most recent increase in the Isle of Man's living wage rate. Items 13 and 16 increase each of the thresholds used for child benefit income test by £10,000, as mentioned previously. Item 13 also replaces provisions for the special circumstances under which, for the purposes of determining the amount of child benefit payable, a person may apply to Social Security for the reckonable income to be reassessed for child benefit purposes on a current year predicted income basis, with a more straightforward provision whereby a person who has had their income assessed in respect of the relevant income tax year may apply to Social Security for it to be reassessed on a current year predicted income basis if their income or their and their partner's combined income was reduced by at least 20% from what it was in the relevant income year, or has otherwise fallen below the lower income thresholds for child benefit. A similar approach is already taken in relation to student grants. Item 14 also increases the amount of the winter bonus payable to certain recipients of income support from £350 to £400 for 2026 and subsequent years. Item 15 abolishes the lower rate of maternity payment of £375. From April 2025, £750 will become the standard amount payable for each child. Item 16 specifies the percentage that is to be used to revalue Manx State pension protected payments for people reaching state pension age on or after the 7th of April 2025, whilst item 17 provides for the revaluation of Manx State pension scheme credits and debits. Mr. President, the rates of all the social security benefits and allowances payable in the island, both now and from the week commencing the 7th of April 2025, are set out in the appendix to the memorandum to honourable members relating to the social security benefits uprating number 2 order 2025. Mr. President, I beg to move that the items numbered 6 to 17 on the number 2 order paper be moved. Thank you.
And the honourable member, Mr. Henderson.
Gurumaya Ectoren, I beg to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
Members, we come to vote on these items. Now call first item 6 as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Item 6 carried. Moving on to item 7 as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Ayes have it, the ayes have it. Moving on to item 8, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to item 9. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 9 carried. Moving on to item 10. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 10 carried. Moving on to item 11. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 11 carried. Moving on to item 12. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to item 13. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to item 14. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 14 carried. Moving on to item 15. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 15 carried. Moving on to item 16. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to item 17. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 17 carried. Moving on to item 18. I call on Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the 2019 budget, the then Treasury Minister, the now Honourable Chief Minister, announced the introduction of the National Insurance Holiday Scheme. It commenced on the 6th of April 2019 and allows for a one-off refund of Class 1 national insurance contributions. At present, the scheme applies to anyone who takes up residence in the island on or after the 6th of April 2019 and who has not been resident on the island for tax purposes at any time in the previous 5 tax years from the date they take up residence. The scheme also applies to any Isle of Man student who, on or after the 6th of April 2019, successfully completes a full-time course of education outside of the island for a university first degree, a higher national diploma or similar course, or a postgraduate course, who after completing that course returns to the island and live and work. In order for the person to benefit from the scheme, they must commence permanent employment in the island within 12 months of arriving here, or in the case of a student, within 5 years of successfully completing their course. Any contributions refunded under the scheme continue to be treated as paid by the employee for all other purposes, which means that any future entitlement to contributory benefits and the state pension is not affected. The scheme is designed to attract new employed earners to the island, as well as encourage students to return to the island to take up employment. There is insufficient evidence to determine if the scheme has been a deciding factor in people relocating to the island. Coupled with rising costs, it's been determined that the National Insurance Holiday Scheme is no longer an effective use of the Manx National Insurance Fund. This order is made under Section 1.1 of the Social Security Act 2000 and amends the Social Security Contributions Benefits Act 1992 as it is applied to the island by removing the return of primary Class 1 contributions of new residents employed earners in respect of 12 months qualifying employment, which commences on or after the 6th of April 2025. Any new resident who commences work before the 6th of April this year will still be entitled to make an application to the scheme for a refund of their contributions, providing they meet the other conditions. The scheme remains unchanged for returning Manx students. Mr. President, I beg to move.
And the Honourable Member, Mr. Henderson.
Good my elector, I beg to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
Call on the Honourable Order.
Good my elector, and I just briefly want to sort of reiterate my ongoing objection to this. If we have such a crisis in our National Insurance Fund, then taking money out of it, even, relatively small amounts, then I don't think that's the right thing to do. I'm also not really aware that there's any evidence being presented that this is going to do any more to attract people back other than being a bit of a gimmick. So I'd welcome the Treasury Minister's view on that. I will vote for the order because from my reading of it, it narrows the scope of it. So actually it heads more towards where I would like it to go. But I still think there's an awful lot yet to be done to sort of really justify why this money coming out of the fund or get this rebate is actually delivering on the objectives that were set for it.
Honourable Member, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think, like Mr. Speaker, I'm not really clear on what evidence exists one way or the other to support this scheme. But it's interesting that the Minister, when moving this change, said that there isn't any evidence to support that it has been a material factor in people moving here. I'm sure the Treasury Minister remembers a number of years ago, he and I having conversations about a number of key workers, doctors actually, who specifically explained that they had been attracted to come and work on the island because the National Insurance Scheme was available to them. Simply put, they could have gone anywhere to do this piece of work, and they opted to come here rather than, say, the UK or Jersey, partly because of our health service and partly because of the NI fund. And the Minister will remember the struggle we had back then to try and fix that particular issue. So there is evidence that for some key workers, at least, that this scheme has been a material factor for them. So can the Treasury Minister please advise what evidence he has, what work, what assessment has been done? Because actually, like the Speaker, I will support this today because I think a broad brush scheme that covers everyone probably isn't appropriate, but a targeted scheme is probably something we should be thinking of. So I would like to get a commitment from the Treasury that he'll come back with some sort of revised, targeted scheme. But in the meantime, I really think that they need to produce the evidence underlying some of these changes.
Call on the Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I thank both honourable members for their comments. And again, this change is in response to the work that we've done within Treasury, but also comments made by honourable members both in last year's budget and actually subsequent to that. When we've looked at the number of new residents coming to the Isle of Man and the number who have applied for the NI holiday scheme, whilst the numbers applying for the scheme has gone up from around about 313 in 2020-21 to 626 in April 24 to date, the number of total people moving to the Isle of Man hasn't moved in the same proportion. And so we have to therefore ask ourselves whether using the NI-funded scheme is a good incentive to attract new residents to our island. Certainly, I will continue to work with the Department for Enterprise to look at their overall package of incentives to get people to move over here. Again, in answer to the honourable member for MC, Mr Hooper's comments about junior doctors, one of the problems we had with their eligibility for the scheme is that they were on a fixed 12-month contract. That was not extended because of the way that they worked, and so the concern was that whilst they were getting a national insurance scheme refund, which they may have thought they were entitled to, they were then going on to another healthcare trust in the United Kingdom straight away, and yet benefiting from a rebate from the national insurance. And again, that didn't seem to be the best way of incentivising people to come over to the Isle of Man for a year to work here. If they were going to stay here, and certainly some of the consultants and some of the staff grades did and applied for this, that was very valid. But if we're going to attract healthcare staff and education staff, there are other ways we can do it to incentivise their relocation expenses. In terms of the number of returning students applying for this, it's remained relatively constant between 80 in 2020 to 21 and 87 in April 2024, but we haven't gone out and advertised this to returning students. There's always the difficulty with any of these relocation schemes to know whether they actually affect people's behaviour or actually and therefore incentivise people to make the decision to move to come back to the island, or whether they are just a sweetener to make it more affordable. But certainly what we'd like to do by moving this change is to concentrate the national insurance rebate just for returning Manx students, and then reassess this to see if we can work with the Department for Education on their database to get more Manx students to come back and show the advantages of doing that through either this scheme or subsequent schemes that we can offer for them. So I'd like to thank both members for their support for these changes, but I completely agree with them that we need to look again at the various incentives we have for attracting both our own residents to come back to the island, but for new residents to come and join us on the Isle of Man. And with that, Mr President, I beg to move.
Come to vote on this item. Honourable members, item 18. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Item 18 carried. Moving on to item 19, call on the Treasury Minister.
Thank you, Mr President. This order amends the Social Security Contributions and Benefits Act 1992 as it is applied to the island by increasing the amount of Class 2 National Insurance contributions to £6.45 per week and a Class 3 National Insurance contribution to £19.70 per week with effect from the 6th of April 2025. It also increases both the Class 2 contribution annual small earnings exemption limit and the Class 4 contributions annual lower and upper profit limits to £8,736 and £53,664 respectively. Mr President, I beg to move.
The Honourable Member, Mr Henderson.
Good on my elector, I beg to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
Honourable members, come to vote on this item. Item 19. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 19 carried. Moving on to item 20. Call on Treasury Minister.
Thank you, Mr President. These regulations amend the Social Security Contributions Regulations 2001 as they apply to the island so as to increase the lower earnings limit for primary Class 1 contributions to £125 per week. These regulations also increase both the threshold for primary Class 1 contributions and the threshold for secondary Class 1 contributions to £168 per week, the rate of Class 2 national insurance contributions payable by share fishermen to £7.90 per week. Mr President, I'd like to move.
On the Honourable Member, Mr Henderson.
Got a my electorate, I beg to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
Honourable Members, come to vote on this item. Item 20. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 20 carried. Moving on to item 21. Call on the Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr President. This order amends Section 162 of the Social Security Administration Act 1992 as it applies to the island. Firstly, it amends the percentage of the earnings on which the primary and secondary Class 1 contributions are paid for the purpose of calculating the National Health Service allocation from the Manx National Insurance Fund for the next 5 years. The percentage is increased from 2.05% to 2.45% in respect of primary Class 1 contributions, and from 1.9% to 2.25% in respect of secondary Class 1 contributions. The second amendment provides for the National Health Service allocation to be adjusted for tax years commencing on or after the 6th of April 2024 at any time and not just within the relevant year. Although national insurance contributions continually change as a result of refunds and arrears being paid, the vast majority of payments for the year are settled within the first half of the next tax year. This amendment will allow for the original estimate to be reassessed in a tax year following the tax year to which it relates, resulting in a more accurate NHS allocation. Finally, this order omits subsection 6, 7 and 8 of section 162. Subsection 6 was originally omitted by SD 2014/0008, the Transfer of Functions Health and Social Care Order 2014. However, a typographical error has since been discovered, and the omission of subsection 6 has in fact not occurred. This amendment corrects the position. Subsections 7 and 8 are no longer relevant, hence the omission. Mr President, the NHS allocation for 2025-26 has been revised upwards due to the availability of more accurate statistical information alongside a policy-based amendment to the calculation to facilitate additional funding to the NHS following a reduction in the income tax rate from 22% to 21%. In total, this increases the allocation from a forecast £54.7 million in the 2024-25 Pink Book to £71 million, with £6.3 million being due to the statistical revision and the remaining £10 million from the policy change raising the NHS allocation. The Government Actuary has modelled the change, and there is no negative impact on the fund in the long term. As stated in the legislation, this change in the NHS allocation is just for the next 5 years, whilst alternative models of funding, such as a healthcare levy, are investigated, and it will be reviewed on an annual basis. Mr President, I beg to move.
On the Honourable Member, Mr Henderson.
Got a my electorate, I beg to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
On the Honourable Member, Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Mr President. So, can the Treasury Minister advise how the NHS allocation from our fund will compare to the NHS allocation across in terms of percentage terms, because that's not covered in the background paper, and I think it would be important to have further information about that. And secondly, the omission of 6, 7, 8 for 10 years, apparently, or I think quite for 5 years, seems to be quite a serious thing. Does that tell us anything about the difficulties of going alone in terms of the Manx state pension, where we come to rely on just a few people doing the job that lots and lots and lots and lots of people do across with the National Insurance Fund? This is a point that the Chief Minister and myself were worried about 10 years or so ago, that, you know, is it realistic to actually have our own completely separated national insurance and social security and pensions arrangements, and what are the consequences of that? But most importantly, I just want to draw attention to the the policy matter, although there aren't any changes in policy according to the explanatory memo, that this order provides for the NHS allocation to be adjusted for tax years commencing on or after 6th of April 2024 at any time and not restricted to within the relevant tax year as at present. So for the next few months, we can go back and fix things for the healthcare overspend last year, it seems, by taking money from the National Insurance Fund to save the fund. We take money out of the fund. What exactly does that mean? To say, are we just going back and taking money out of the fund at the same time we're pretending we're saving the fund? We just need to better understand that. And there doesn't seem to be an end date either on the ability for the NHS allocation to be adjusted backwards. So we need to be careful about what we're agreeing to here.
Well, the Honourable Member, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think on that last point Mr. Thomas had raised, I would like some clarity from the Treasury Minister. My understanding is those changes can only be made where there's an error in the estimate. It doesn't give the Treasury a blank cheque to start fiddling with the NI allocations going forwards, but I'd be grateful if the Minister could confirm that. But I just think members need to be very clear that this particular order is the one that allows the Treasury to take £90 million out of the National Insurance Fund over the next 5 years. And I know that's been described as having a limited impact, but £90 million represents about 10% of the fund balance, according to the Pink Book. I wouldn't describe 10% of the fund as having a limited impact myself. Last November, though, we debated in this Honourable Court a report which has the nice snappy title, the Manx National Insurance Fund Report, addressing the long-term sustainability of the island's social security benefits and national insurance scheme. That's GD 2024-0106 for anyone that cares. Inside that document, the Treasury outlines some policy principles for the NI Fund, and I'm going to quote the third of those principles now. It says, all expenditure from the fund should be fully funded through NI contributions. All policy decisions around future changes to benefits and pensions must ensure that they can be fully funded from projected NI contribution income. Any changes to NI income must not reduce fund income below projected expenditure. That's what the Treasury policy principle says that they brought to this Honourable Court in November. So I refer you now to Table 16 of the budget document that members approved. That shows that in the provisional budget that was just approved, there is a deficit on the operating account of 23.8 million. That means expenditure exceeds contributions by 23.8 million. That is directly contradicting Treasury's policy principle that says contributions should always exceed expenses. Next year, that will be an £18 million deficit. The year after, £18 million deficit. The year after, an £18 million deficit. So actually, Treasury brought some policy principles to us with the aim, and I'm going to quote again their aim here with these principles, was to ensure the social security scheme remains sustainable, protects pensioner incomes and does not place an excessive burden on those currently working and paying national insurance, whilst also supporting the whole economy. That's their aim, and in order to achieve that aim, they said contributions have to exceed expenditure. And now they've brought a proposal to us that actually doesn't do that. It does the exact opposite. It says expenses for the next 5 years are going to exceed contribution income. The only reason that this is funded in the way it is because the investment income is being used to fund this extra allocation. That isn't, I think, what was intended by Treasury's policy principle that talks explicitly about contributions. And it does raise an interesting question. What happens if investment income doesn't remain steady over the next 5 years? If we see a drop in investment income, what does that mean? Well, it means there will have to be capital taken out of the fund because the contributions coming in are not in excess of expenditure. And that's a concern for me. And I think that's something the Treasury need to openly talk about. They have to acknowledge that they're taking this out of investment income, that they are knowingly increasing the level of risk there, and they are actually making a conscious decision to go against those policy principles that they brought to Tynwald in November. I don't know why they would do that. I don't know why you would come and talk about policy principles in 1 month and then 4 months later turn around and say, I'm not actually going to stick to those. That seems really bizarre as an approach. So I, for one, won't be supporting this £90 million raid on the National Insurance Fund, and I won't be supporting it, not just because of the amount that we're being asked to take, but also because it breaks Treasury's own rules that they have assured us have been put in place to ensure the sustainability of the fund itself.
Well, the Honourable Member, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, I can concur with the last two speakers, but the concern that I had was with regards to the percentage of the fund that is being able to be allocated to the DHSC for Manx Care, and we haven't had a debate around whether we agree with that percentage or whatever, and here we are today trying to vote something through that's going to impact us forever and a day. With regards to that, you know, 5 years period was mentioned by the Treasury Minister. However, normally we're told you can only vote for a budget year on year, so why are we now being asked to vote for something that's for the for Manx Care for longer than a year? It's a no-no normally, so why suddenly is it okay today? I'm not prepared to support this. This is backdoor changes and raid on our National Insurance Fund, and it certainly is not appropriate to do it in this way, very similar to the way that the pensions was just sort of brought into the budget. Honourable members, please be very careful, because this is going to impact that National Insurance Fund before we've had any debate or any further facts, figures that actuaries and everybody else will bring before us. An honourable colleague from Ramsey said earlier about the actuarial valuations and the GAD reports. They're all out of date, Mr. President, and here we are trying to support something that's going to break our own normal rules that we can only bring a budget year on year. Well, clearly we can't, and that's quite good going forward, isn't it? We now know you can make changes like this. So, but I'd encourage everybody to go against it, because it is a raid on our National Insurance Fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, in the honourable order.
Good my electorate. I would just say I'm also not going to support it because of the reasons I set out in my budget speech, which I'm not going to repeat and reiterate again. However, in an effort to be somewhat helpful to the Treasury Minister, and as a big thank you to David Ireland, who schooled me in the ways of national insurance, and I'm very grateful to him for that, I would like to perhaps just correct a few misconceptions that are going here. And the Social Security Administration Act is the act that sets out how our National Insurance Fund works. And it says that there is a fund, and the money that's collected from national insurance contributions goes into that fund after the deduction of the NHS allocation. So it doesn't actually, this isn't money coming out of the fund, this is money that never makes it into the fund in the first place. So maybe it's semantics, but it is, I think, an important distinction. And in terms of how much will be going in, the order says that in terms of the total amount that we collect at that 11% rate, that rather bulky rate that we have in the middle, instead of 2.05% of that total amount that we collect going to the NHS calculation, it'll be 2.45. And also, everything that we collect above the upper earnings limit. So everything that we collect in that 1% above the upper earnings limit, all of that is NHS allocation. In the UK, that's 2%. Here, that's 1%. So whilst I'm not about to support the Treasury Minister's order, hopefully I've redeemed myself a little bit by explaining at least some of the misconceptions that go on about the funding of the National Insurance Fund.
Want the Minister to reply?
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I don't think I've ever been asked to redeem the Honourable Mr. Speaker, but I do, and I thank him for his clarification. The National Insurance Scheme has been in existence since 1948, but it's remarkable how important it is to a welfare state, but how little it's understood by most people who aren't directly involved in the administration of the scheme. And it is quite right that what we're talking about here is a small increase in the amount that's taken out from contributions. It is not a raid on the National Insurance Fund. That may be pedantic to some people, but when you look at the projections of the National Insurance Fund, it continues to rise over the medium-term financial plan. When we have requested some modelling of this change, it has negligible impact on the long-term sustainability for the National Insurance Fund. It is baked in just for those 5 years. It will be reviewed on an annual basis, can be reversed if and when we get some other alternative ways of funding the increased demands of our National Health Service. Again, if I can answer some of the questions, so I remember Mr. Thomas, we have a slightly higher percentage NHS allocation than the UK. The changes to subsection 7 and 8 are just typographical changes, and they certainly don't influence in any way our ability to have our own bank state pension, which has existed since 2019. We are just looking at recalculations. This will not be backdated ad infinitum. As I said in my original speech, that this provides for the NHS service allocation to be adjusted for tax years commencing on or after the 6th of April 2024. And just for ongoing, it doesn't allow those sort of backdated changes that some honourable members have been warning of. So it's not a raid on the might be a raid. It's not a raid on the National Insurance Fund. It is not 90 million, as we pointed out quite clearly. It is around about £10 million per year, going from the contributions into supporting our NHS while we investigate other ways of increasing the revenue going forward. And we will be going out, as we committed, to look at increased national insurance contributions from both those who are working at a past retirement age and also a reform of the situation regarding owner-managed businesses as well. And we've committed that during this financial year. The policy principles that the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, points out are over a number of years, not just a single year. We would not knowingly increase the risk of the fund, and this motion does not do that. It deals with the specific issues that we are facing, and we've admitted we're facing, with funding healthcare by using the existing allocation and enhancing that for a period of time going forward. And with that, Mr President, I thank honourable members for their comments. I redeem, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move.
Now, honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 21 is laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No. No, declined.
Division called.
In the keys, 15 for, 9 against.
Legislative Council, 7 for, 1 against. For item 21 is carried. Moving on to item 22, I call on the Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr President. This order is made under sections 1.2, 2A, 3, 3A, 3B and 1.3c of the Income Tax Act 1970. It decreases the prescribed rate of income tax, often referred to as the higher rate, for both residents and non-resident taxpayers from 22% to 21%. As I stated earlier in my budget speech, the increase in the higher rate of income tax to 22% was always meant to be a temporary measure until such times as a healthcare levy was investigated. As I was previously stated in this court, bringing forward a levy has proved more complex than initially thought. That having been said, I intend to launch a consultation on the levy in March to obtain the public's views. In the meantime, I'm pleased to announce the reduction in the higher rate of income tax to 21%, which will help put more money in people's pockets. With that, Mr President, I beg to move.
On the Honourable Member, Mr Smith.
Thank you, Mr President. I beg to second.
Call the Honourable Member, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr President. Just a very quick question for me for the Treasury Minister. The memo says the increase from 20% to 22% from April 2024 was a temporary measure. That implies that this reduction to 21% is not a temporary measure, and that 21% is now the new higher rate of income tax on the Isle of Man in perpetuity. Can the Minister advise whether this increase to 21% is going to be reduced again in future, as what temporary tends to mean, or is this extra 1% actually a permanent increase to our taxes?
On the Honourable Member, Mr Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to go a little further than my colleague from Ramsey, Mr. Hooper. I would like reassurance from the Treasury Minister that come next February that we will go back to the 20% higher rate of tax as promised last year, because I think 2 years is not a short period of time, and we need to get this back to where it should be at 20%. Thank you.
The Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank both honourable members for their comments. As I pointed out in my budget speech this morning, the aim was always to have a temporary taxation increase whilst we looked at other funding sources, specifically ring fence for our NHS. The plan this year is to bring it down from 22% to 21%, and as it stands, and if factors allow me to, I will bring that down further to 20%, but it would be presumptive to specify and commit now without knowing what the financial situation was like next year, but I certainly can commit to Mr. Collister that that is my intention, but we will need to see what the life throws at us over the next 12 months in terms of not only our income and the revenue and economic growth of the Isle of Man, but also the cost of running a healthcare system for the Isle of Man. With that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
To vote on this item, item 22 is laid out in the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Item 22 carried. Moving on to item 23, and I call the Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. This order is made under Section 115A of the Income Tax Act 1970. This order increases the income tax cap amount to £220,000 for an individual and £440,000 for a jointly assessed married couple or civil partners. These amounts will apply to each of the 5 or 10 years of an improved election that commences from 2025-26 year of assessment. The Treasury has published its review of the tax cap and will continue to work with the Department for Enterprise to attract inward investment and entrepreneurs to our island for the benefit of our local economy. Furthermore, this order amends Section 35 to increase the personal allowance to £14,750 for an individual and £29,500 for jointly assessed couples, as well as simplifying the provisions, making it easier to read and understand. The amendment to Section 105AA clarifies that an authorised officer appointed by the Assessor of Income Tax must be a public sector employee as defined in the Public Sector Commissions Act 2015. The substitution of Section 1065B is made out of an abundance of caution to specifically provide for the disclosure of anonymised data. In addition, this order amends the percentage amount in Section 50 of the Income Tax Act 1989, deductions on account of tax from payments to certain subcontractors, to 21% in line with a decrease in the prescribed rate of income tax from the 6th of April 2025. Mr. President, I beg to move.
On the Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
On the Honourable Member, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in respect to the tax cap, as I've been very clear in this court over the last 7 years that I'm not in favour of increasing the tax caps, and I would welcome a full review of that policy. Can the Treasury Minister give us some understanding about the time frame of actually having a proper discussion around our tax cappers, when you'll go out to consultation, when you'll actually engage with honourable members, in order to actually look at this policy fully, in order to ensure it is the right policy for the Isle of Man in the future?
Will the Minister to reply?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the Honourable Member for his conversation. That follows on from the wider conversation we had in March last year, particularly the Honourable Member, Ms Farragher, in terms of the ongoing benefits to the Isle of Man of the tax cap, and whether it was still an incentive, one, to keep people here and inward investment, two, to allow people to structure their affairs properly, but three, to try to attract inward investment, entrepreneurs and high net wealth individuals to become resident on the Isle of Man. And I think that at the time when we discussed the taxation strategy, there were people who cast doubt on its ability to achieve its aims and on the cost of doing that, and perhaps any particularly lost revenue. I think when the Income Tax Division has looked at the benefit of having a tax cap, it is there. However, What we need to do is work with the Department for Enterprise, and they've done some comparatory work looking at other jurisdictions and their offering in an increasingly competitive environment. What we also need to make absolutely certain is that people who benefit from any tax incentives on the Isle of Man also contribute to the economy of the Isle of Man from inward investment, from investment in businesses and investment in employment. And so we will be working with the Department of Enterprise to come forward with a range of incentives, particularly replacing the NI holiday scheme, but also looking at other ways we can incentivise people to come here with whatever income if they have the skills, the entrepreneurship and the passion to drive our economy forward. So I think this is a first step, but certainly isn't the solution to the questions that some people have asked, but it is part of an ongoing bit of work that we will be pursuing to try to ensure that we have that inward investment on the Isle of Man going forward. With that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable members, come to vote on this item, item 23. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it, item 23 carried. Now we turn back to our main order paper and item 2 to questions. And our first question, I call on the Honourable Member for Oakham, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Chief Minister if he will provide a definition of a frontline worker and service in healthcare.
Chief Minister to reply.
Mr. President, the term frontline worker is typically used to mean any individual, regardless of industry or sector, who works directly with customers, clients or recipients of services. In health, this would include anyone who has direct contact with a patient or service user in clinical or professional roles such as a doctor, dentist, nurse, pharmacist or allied health professional. In social care, it would include workers providing direct personal community-based care, including home care workers, community care workers, and staff who provide care in care homes or long-stay care facilities, or indeed social workers. It could also include other staff who have direct contact with patients and service users in non-clinical roles such as receptionists, administration staff, cleaners or porters. Frontline is, however, not a formal classification used across the Isle of Man government. The Honourable Member may find the information contained in the overview of the Public Service Report published in January useful. This provides a high-level breakdown of the current DHSC and Manx Care workforce on pages 13 and 14. There were many definitions during the COVID response relating to key workers, which covered many frontline staff, but these definitions are not in use today.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, the Chief Minister's just ended with there was many definitions during COVID. Does the Chief Minister not think this government should have a definition when there's lots of cuts possibly coming into our areas of government? Should the government not have a definition so that nobody can use their budget to get rid of the wrong staff and keep management?
Chief Minister to reply.
Well, the Honourable Member is using quite controversial language for which she has absolutely no substantial evidence or basis to utilise. Look, we value every employee in the Isle of Man government workforce and all the jobs that are being done. If there is efficiency programmes that can clearly result in financial efficiencies or efficiencies in terms of the service that has been delivered to the public that impact on jobs, then clearly we need to give careful consideration as to how one would manage any staff member involved in any such service efficiency that was brought forward. And that's the commitment I'll give to all members of the Isle of Man government and indeed workers across the public service.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Can the Chief Minister commit to go back and investigate the 2017 work that was done to define a frontline worker in the context of health and education? Because I remember at that time Minister Ashford was very interested in pestering the then Minister of Policy and Reform with a definition of frontline worker, and we did a lot of work looking at Australian definitions and New Zealand definitions, and I think we came back with a higher percentage of it.
Chief Minister to reply.
Well, you know, I'm always interested in looking back to see what lessons can be learnt. I don't think there's necessarily any need for a specific definition to be brought forward. As I say, I mean, many people will regard frontline workers, or the description of frontline workers, potentially somewhat differently, but for most of us, I think it's as outlined, it's those who have direct contact with service users, particularly I would say in the health and social care services, in the police, ambulance and fire service, the blue light services, and in education, where of course our teachers are dealing daily with parents and pupils, and indeed some of the support workers who work alongside them.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So the Chief Minister's just said that a direct contact with service users. He's also stated at the government conference, and also the Minister has stated there'll be no cuts to frontline services. So I do think it's really important that the Chief Minister, and if he can't come up with a definition today, does come up with a definition before we see cuts to services and frontline staff.
Chief Minister to reply.
So, once again, I mean, I think the Honourable Member is putting words into my mouth and saying things that, frankly, I just have not said. So, you know, I really do think the Honourable Members need to be cautious about sort of putting words in other members' mouths when, in fact, the truth is they've never said those particular words. Look, when you drive forward, when you are delivering services, when you have an economic framework within which you are working, and, of course, a financial framework within that you are working, then of course, you know, service delivery has to be adjusted accordingly. We're always striving to deliver the best possible services with the budgets that we have. We're always striving to find the efficiencies that we need to provide value for the public, but also within those efficiencies, one also needs to counter in how services can be best delivered to the public as well. So there's a number of factors at play here, and I do rather think that honourable members are somewhat ahead of the game when you know, the government has clearly promised and will put full and proper debate on the healthcare mandate, the operating plan, and indeed how that aligns to the budget that's been approved today.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr President. It's a little bit concerning that the Chief Minister is saying that they're kind of relying on a general understanding of what frontline means. And the reason I say this is because in his recruitment control framework, one of the questions that is being asked of recruitment managers is this role critical to the safe and effective provision of frontline services? Mm-hmm. So can I ask the Chief Minister, if he isn't clear on what a frontline worker is, how are his recruitment managers going to be clear in order to effectively operate his new recruitment control framework?
Chief Minister to reply.
Because, Mr Speaker and Mr President, sorry, as I've just outlined, it's pretty clear to most people who is a frontline worker. If you have direct contact with the public, particularly in health, social care, teaching, or in the blue light services, then you are going to be a frontline worker. And you know, when we're looking at the recruitment control framework, there is indeed questions around frontline staff and the essence of the role and the essentiality, if that's the right word, of the position. And you know, it is right that we give consideration to all roles when we are considering whether or not we need to replace those positions.
Supplementary, Laura?
Actually, I just want to check the logic here, because what we're hearing is about sort of frontline services, but I'm not entirely sure that my definition sort of lines up, because by the definition that Mr Hooper read out from the recruitment control framework, a receptionist is a frontline worker because they have a front-facing role with the public. A hockey development officer might be a front-facing role because they are having direct contact with pupils. A barman at the villa will be a frontline worker because they have a direct contact with the public. But the chief constable won't be a frontline worker because he doesn't do beat patrol, and it just doesn't make sense. I think there is a sort of requirement here to restore common sense. Would the Chief Minister agree that perhaps this isn't about a strict definition, but it's about the ethos of delivery of public service?
We are widening, as the question is about healthcare, but I'll give Chief Minister the opportunity to respond.
So I just want to be absolutely clear. I mean, the recruitment control framework, and of course, you know, the beauty of one of these questions is it can, in fact, just go about just about anywhere. Exempt roles are those critical to delivering frontline services such as teaching and emergency services, responsibility for national security such as warranted police officers, and crucial for the maintenance of critical external infrastructure. They also include roles required by statute or to meet a legal requirement and responsible for income generation. There, it is absolutely very clear in the recruitment control framework what we mean by front-line workers. There is no confusion. If I need to repeat it, I will do, but honourable members can see it very clearly. And to go to the Speaker's point, absolutely, that drives the heart of the question. It is about the ethos, but I have to say we are very clear about what roles are exempt when it comes to considering the fulfilling of recruitment position and recruiting for positions.
And a supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all aware of that definition that's in there. The concern that has been raised there is it purely said teachers, and there's lots of frontline workers that deal with health in schools that you might not be aware of, and that, to me, that definition that you've just given out there that's in that is perhaps very concerning. But I just want to just quickly, a job that's cropped up today. Does the Chief Minister agree that this was a necessary job to be advertised? Manx National Heritage, House of Manannan, for a backroom office stock worker. That is the point, Chief Minister. If you haven't got a structure of what you want for your government as frontline workers, particularly in healthcare, how do we know we're not going to lose the frontline workers that are most important to our community? There's already people in the community being told their jobs are not being renewed. Chief Minister, you need to go away, check that the framework is working. It's only been in a small period of time. Check that framework is working, and that we will have the people in post still to deliver the services that are classified in your document that you've explained today.
Honourable members, can I first of all remind you to address the chair, and secondly just remind you that this is the first question of 8:15, and this one is about healthcare, not Manx National Heritage. So, but Chief Minister, if you wish to have the final say, this is your opportunity.
Well, I'm not actually understand the question, Mr. President. On one hand, she was talking, the honourable member was talking about some role in Manx National Heritage, and then the other hand she was talking about frontline services. So
that's fine. Let's move on to question 2 then. Thank you.
What the question is,
thank you.
To be able to answer.
Moving on to question 2, we call on the honourable member for Albury Castlemaine, Mr. Glover.
And I seek to ask the Minister for Enterprise when he became aware of EasyJet's plans to cut services over the summer months, what talks are taking place, and if you'll make a statement.
Call on Siobhan Castellano, Minister for Enterprise, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the honourable member for his question. The Department has been aware of the EasyJet schedule for summer 2025 since it was published in around November last year. As you would expect, there is constant ongoing dialogue between the airport and all incumbent airlines, including EasyJet, both on operational and strategic matters. I'm also aware that a specific meeting focusing on future services, following approval of the Strategic Air Services Policy by this Honourable Court at the January sitting, is scheduled later this month. Whilst naturally it is disappointing when flight schedules are reduced, I believe this brings into sharper focus the need for commitment to a longer-term approach as government has set out. It is essential to ensure that the core routes or regions are served by alternative airlines to ensure a level of resilience, and that is the case in this instance, specifically because of earlier discussions and agreements with an alternative airline, together with the frequency and capacity which will still be provided by EasyJet this year. Mr. President, I am sure honourable members will appreciate there is no quick and simple fix, but the full benefits of following a clear strategic approach will take time to achieve. However, government remains committed to ensuring the island has air connectivity which meets the social and economic needs of the island. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Glover.
I've got to remind Director and I thank the Minister for his reply, but when we were talking about this in January, I did raise the matter of EasyJet and did mention that they were strategically looking to prioritise the 4-hour flight schedule as opposed to the drop-offs to the Isle of Man. And the Minister painted quite a rosy picture. So what has changed?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as I say, I think what's changed, or not, hasn't changed, is the fact that a business, a commercial airline, has made a strategic decision to change from reducing its capacity on its domestic routes to its non-domestic routes, where clearly for them it's more viable at the present time. That is a decision for them to make, and unfortunately we have got no control over that. But as I said in my original answer, I think that's why it's important we do build relations with the airlines, and that's what we have done. And that's why today, if we hadn't been doing what we've been doing for the last 4 years with the airlines, we wouldn't have the connectivity we have today. So it is regrettable when this happens, but the main thing is we have those discussions, and we make sure that we've got a framework in place. And that's why it is important, as I said, we also have those, not just one airline, we're not reliant on one airline, we have that broader mix. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to admit, I'm disappointed by the Minister's response this morning, and I was also disappointed to hear the response from the DOI Minister recently on the Manx Radio, who just said it was simply down to an operational decision by EasyJet. Can I ask the Minister how he is not concerned by this announcement, especially when our tourist season is just about to start next month? Can I ask the Minister directly, how many meetings does he have directly with airlines, with operators, to be able to give confidence not just to local residents but also to visitors who are looking to visit our island during the next tourism season? Is he not concerned of how this will affect our tourism industry and our hotels and our small businesses who are reliant on people coming to the island this year?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I recognise the honourable member's concerns, and of course I agree with them. It is always a concern when these things happen. But I think it is important that we're honest and recognise that a company like EasyJet has the right to make those decisions, and that is unfortunate. What we need to do is make sure that through our strategic air policy, we recognise what the challenges are and make sure that we're bringing forward plans to maintain that connectivity and increase it. But I think it's also important that we put some context around this. This is not just a decision for the Isle of Man. This is a decision they've made right across the United Kingdom. This is going to lead to circa 45,000 seat reduction to the Isle of Man. But for example, Jersey is seeing an 80,000 reduction in seat numbers. And if we look at the routes to the northwest, those key 2 routes of Liverpool and Manchester, with the continuing capacity of EasyJet and Loganair, there's still 170,000 seat capacity. So I am confident that we still have adequate capacity for our island, for our population, and our business community and our business economy. But of course I recognise the concerns, and that's why it's important we have our strategy in place, and it's important we engage with the airlines and work with them to make sure that we are a viable place for the airlines to connect to. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the Minister please give us dates when we actually had conversations with EasyJet, because the answers so far have been very general. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think it's important to recognise this. I don't have conversations with the airlines on a daily basis. The general contact that is in place, the relationship, tends to be with the airport. The airport is speaking to the airlines at a frequent basis. That's part of their job. I don't know exactly the frequency of those meetings. I certainly have met with EasyJet, and as I said in my original answer, we are just about to engage the airlines again. Now that we have the strategic policy in place that was endorsed by this Honourable Court the last month, that gives us the confidence and the levers to be able to have those broader conversations for the future. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the Minister is aware his department is underwriting certain other areas. Again, the North West being key ones, and the North West is where I believe EasyJet have cut their services. Is the Minister aware, I suppose the question I'm trying to ask is, has this decision to underwrite a competitor airline's routes had any impact on EasyJet's decision to cut flights? Is the Minister aware whether that was a factor in their thinking, or is this something that is entirely independent of the government's interference in the open marketplace?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure the honourable member that this is purely a decision by EasyJet. This is a decision they've made across the board. This is not just affecting the island. This has nothing to do with our airport or the Isle of Man in specific. situation. And clearly, it is important we make sure, again, as part of our strategic policy, that we make sure airlines are working together for our best interest as much as possible when it comes to frequency and resilience of flights. But no, that is certainly no issue there. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Glover.
Who am I that's around plenty of statistics flying around, but I want to hear that the Minister is fighting for our air routes. The Isle of Man Travel Trade Association this week did point out that the island is down by 200,000 passengers compared to pre-COVID levels, when many other parts of the world are now increasing. So what is going to be done to actually get the Isle of Man onto that increasing playing field?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the honourable member, highlights some important concerns which we debated when we talked about the strategic air policy last month. And actually, those issues are right, and the figures he's quoted were very much in the report, and that is the reality that we have. We are 25% down on pre-COVID situation. But that has to be, again, looked at in a bigger context of the challenges across the whole domestic air industry in the UK at the present time. So, like I say, today, what we've done as a government since 2021 means we have the level of connectivity we have. We have subvented routes into London, we have subvented routes into the northwest of England. If we hadn't done that, we would not have the level of connectivity we have now. So the government has very much acted to ensure that the island has proper connectivity.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. It's good news that there's a meeting next month. I think that's what the Minister said. Can the Minister confirm my recollection that people like EasyJet work planning 18 months in advance? So if we're going to try and make more stable, more resilient our morning flight and our evening flight, we are talking about 18 months in advance with EasyJet's timetable planning. Can the Minister confirm that? And secondly, did I hear the Minister say that the daily contact is with the people at the airport who know about airlines and work with airlines, or does the Department for Enterprise now have an expertise in air services?
Minister to reply.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I absolutely agree with the honourable member. Very much the airlines do tend to look at a 12 to 18 month forward scheduling and planning. So again, any changes we make at this stage, it takes time for these things to work through the system, but it's working with those airlines is very important. And certainly the conversations we've had with EasyJet around, for example, overnighting aircraft and looking at other options or things that are on the table. But even when these decisions are made, it will still take quite a long time for these things to be actually implemented. So that does take time. And absolutely, I mean, as far as our involvement from a DFE point of view, this is very much about that horizon scan, making sure we're looking at, from an economic position point of view, connectivity, the importance to our economy, to our visitor economy, to our visitor strategy. But the day-to-day operational decisions are very much for the airport. Thank you.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to pick up really on that corporate expertise and knowledge that Douglas Central Minister has talked about. So the Minister did say that the expertise is at the airport. We have lost a lot of that corporate expertise and knowledge. And then we've lost EasyJet, which was really difficult for the island to get in the first place. But can the Minister say, did the stalling of keeping a plane overnight in the Isle of Man and the investment in that for the Isle of Man have any play in this? Because the previous DOR Minister has recently stated that in the public domain, that there was a possibility that EasyJet would stay overnight and we would have those early morning flights. Has there been any stalling from DFE because they're not the experts in airlines?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, rather bizarre question from the honourable member. The idea that we would be doing any stalling to try and improve our connectivity is frankly a little bit bizarre. We have had conversations with EasyJet. They have talked about the possibility of that. It is very much in their decision to do that. And even if they do make that decision, as we said in the previous question, it can take 12 to 18 months of working forward for them to be able to build that into any scheduling. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight, but it's certainly something that's being discussed. And with the conversations we have going forward, it's something that no doubt will be on the table with a broad range of issues with EasyJet and the other airlines. And can I make it very clear, we have not lost EasyJet. there's a reduction by 29% in their capacity. EasyJet fly to the northwest of England, they fly to London, they're a very important part of our connectivity, and they've got no intention of leaving the island. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That follows on nicely when the Minister's just said that there is a reduction of around 29% that EasyJet have withdrawn from the market. My question to the Minister then is, if we look back in 12 months' time, is he confident between now and 12 months' time that we will not see a significant reduction in our visitors to the island? Can I also ask the Minister what conversation has he had with small to medium regional airlines across the UK and going into Europe to try and look at new routes, new airlines being introduced to the Isle of Man like we used to have back in the 80s and 90s. I know there's been a significant reduction in the number of regional airlines, but there's still a few out there that we should be talking to and open up new routes, which open up new visitors coming to our island. It also opens up businesses and connections. Can I ask the Minister for his opinion on those? Thank you.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, as I say, certainly when you look at the contents of the Strategic Air Service Policy, which we debated last month, it makes it very clear that the whole point of having that in place is for us to be able to go forward and have those conversations, absolutely, with airlines to see who potentially is out there and who may well be interested in flying to the island. And obviously we'll do all we can to help that happen. And as I say, as far as capacity is concerned, 170,000 capacity still of substantial capacity for the island. I have not got a crystal ball, so I cannot predict what passenger numbers will be. We have seen a slight increase in passenger numbers to the airport. That's positive. Then we all recognise we want to see that grow, and we're going to do our best to do that. Thank you.
For a crash, though.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has the Minister any concerns that the conversations are being held with the airport when they're potentially an issue? And also, the Minister appears to be accepting what is going on rather than fighting our corner. Can we challenge these suggestions? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Mr. President, I think it's I think we need to apply a level of common sense to this situation. That actually we're dealing with a private business, a private company. Government's not in a position to dictate what they do. What we do want to do, and we do and will continue to do, is work with them and to make sure, because with cooperation, that is the way we build longer-term relationships, and that's how we build sustainability and certainty. And as an island, that's what we want to see for our air services.
On the supplementary, Mr. Glover.
Thank you very much, Dr. I'd like to see some common sense from the Minister as well here. We are applying that ourselves, but 29%, it's not just about visitors coming in. A reduction of 29% is a reduction in options for our residents here on the island. So the question I have is, having infrastructure and enterprise both working together, should it be one or the other rather than having the field a little bit muddied?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I've already answered the question, to be fair. I mean, ultimately, it's very easy for honourable members to use this as a stick to beat the government with, but as I say, when it is actually a decision made by a business, that is a challenge. What we have to do is work with them, work with other airlines to make sure that we've got that support for the future. And as far as our involvement in that, we were tasked, the department was tasked to looking at the strategic policy and going forward. And if in the future decisions are made through the plans that going forward for the airport and how the airport is run and through an airport board, if that is then taken back in-house, then that's for the future. We've been tasked with this role. We've brought out the report. We've set out what we're doing, and we will continue doing that to our best of our ability while we're being asked to do so.
Move on to our third star questioner. Call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castlemaine, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care how many people have been removed from the waiting list in the last 3 months, and whether a letter was sent to each such person. Thank you.
Call on Siobhan Oxlade to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Between 1st of November 2024 and the 31st of January 2025, there have been 1,025 patients removed from the elective care waiting lists. Of these patients, 984 were discharged from following completion of treatment, and 41 patients were removed from the waiting list following a validation process. When a patient is removed from a waiting list, discharge letters are sent to each patient's GP and also to the patient. All correspondence is recorded on the patient's record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. Just in terms of the cleansing of the waiting list, could the Minister provide a little bit more detail in terms of what process has been carried out and what checks are in place? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a really good question. So in terms of the validation process, what does it consist of? So first of all, it consists of in three parts. Technical validation, where the patient's records are viewed electronically. This is the first phase of waiting list validation, focusing on identifying data inaccuracies such as duplicate data entries on records or records of patients already on active treatment pathway. The second part is administrative validation, where a patient is contacted by letter and asked to confirm that they wish to remain on the waiting list. This step is a validation focus on identifying patients who may no longer require care and, for example, have been treated elsewhere or condition improved. These first two stages are managed by administrative staff and is a manual process. The third stage is the clinical validation, where a clinician reviews the patient's records and decides on the next steps for the patients. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister, for that great reassurance. In reality, are those three processes actually being carried out? I was able to speak to a consultant last week who actually suggested that he was given a list of people on the waiting list and was asked to remove all the people he'd not referred. And that would actually mean that some of those people on the list who'd gone on for other reasons, such as brought on by other consultants, those people who'd been put on when he wasn't available, and other reasons, were simply removed from the list. Could the Minister provide some reassurance that that hasn't happened, or at least it's not happening very often? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Honourable Member was really kind enough to sort of pre-warn me about this, so I have asked Manx Care directly. The waiting list validation team do not ask consultants to remove people based on the referrer. So as detailed in my original response, the technical validation focuses on data and accuracies first, then administrative validation, which is to ask the remaining patients if they still require treatment. But I'd be happy to take up the Honourable Member if you would like to share the consultant, if that consultant's happy to share that information so I can validate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little bit concerned at some of the responses that's an administrative process for a patient having a phone call to say that they still require treatment. Should there not be some administrative process back to the GP, who is the regular carer? It seems like the GP and primary care has been taken out of this, but it would be primary that referred them to the consultants at Nobles in the first place.
Minister to reply.
Thank you. I appreciate the Honourable Member's question. And so just to confirm, no calls are made to patients to ask if they want to remain on the waiting list, and patients are provided with contact letters, contact information on the letters, but these letters go to their GPs as well, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to check, did I hear the Minister right? She said about 1,000 people have been removed off the list, but only 41 as a result of the validation processes. The rest of the people have been discharged from care because their care is concluded. If that's right, that represents about 4% of the people that are being removed from the waiting lists. But it seems to me that a big part of her plan for dealing with healthcare overspends is to essentially get the waiting lists validated, so they're shorter and only treating people that need to be treated. But based on her answer, that could only result in a marginal reduction in the number of people that are actually waiting for care. Is that correct? Are we looking at a potential 4% reduction as a result of validation? Is that realistic across the entire healthcare space?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. So actually, between the period of 1st of November and 31st of January, 1,296 were actually reviewed. So it's a really good question to ask, Mr. President. So just to reconfirm, of that 1025 patients were removed from the elective care waiting list, and of those patients, 984 were discharged following completion of treatment, and 41 patients removed from the waiting list. So I think that remains 271 patients from that difference. Excuse me. But just to highlight, Mr. President, since the launch of the validation process in September 2022, a total of 11,877 patients have been removed from the waiting list following validation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mrs. Guinness.
Could the Minister advise whether those people removed from the waiting list were from across all specialisms, or whether they were specific specialisms, and if so, which ones? Go on.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't actually know the answer to that. I'll just be really honest with you, Honourable Member and Mr. President, but I certainly can confirm whether that was across all areas. Thank you, Mr. President.
And a supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister's provided some really good reassurance in terms of the validation process that's taking place. But in terms of the process, is a no response seen as an acceptance, you no longer actually requiring treatment? Because we know from previous issues that not all letters sent by Manx Care arrive at the patient where they should arrive. So are people actually responding in a specific way to say they're happy to be removed from the list, or is it just an assumption that they don't respond, so they don't require the assistance? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. So no one has asked the waiting list validation team to be reinstated on the waiting list after being removed by the team. Manx Care are not aware of any person who has asked to be reinstated since its commencement, but I can advise honourable members if patients do not respond to the letter from the team, they will remain on the waiting list unless instructed by a clinician. Patients are provided with contact information on the letters, so if a patient has any queries or concerned about the possible removal from a waiting list, they can contact the team to discuss, Mr. President.
We move on to our unstarred questions, and question number 4, I call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castle and Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Chief Minister what discussions took place with EasyJet prior to and following the release of their summer schedule. Thank you.
Chief Minister Javashok to reply.
Mr. President, I am advised that regular ongoing discussions take place between officers at the airport and all airlines providing services to and from the island, including EasyJet, covering both operational aspects and commercial matters, including scheduling, frequency and capacity. Following the release of their summer schedule in November 2024, a meeting was held with the EasyJet commercial team on the 19th of December 2024, and dialogue has continued since then, with a further discussion also planned for the end of this month.
Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chief Minister. In terms of the way the ministers are assessing the situation, I recognise it is a business decision, and that is all well and good, but there appears to be no real consideration about how it's impacting on local people and local businesses in terms of the higher costs, reduced options, and is that actually something that has been considered, or is it simply being seen as a business decision that will be dealt with by other people? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
I think as the Minister for Enterprise has just alluded to, we do take this matter very seriously. We did present this matter to debate for Tynwald. It's not an easy situation. We all recognise that post-COVID there has been a need to restore airline connectivity, and clearly decisions being taken by not just EasyJet but other airlines such as Ryanair, for example, to reduce UK capacity has meant that there's been some reduction in service. But on the other hand, we are still operating a significant number of seats, and airlines are not operating to capacity. There is capacity on the scheduled routes and to almost all destinations, but we continue to work to try and understand how we can restore connectivity and how we can work with other airlines and partner airlines to keep the connectivity that we need in what has been quite difficult circumstances.
Supplementary, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Chief Minister for his information. We know that from the DFE Minister that there's going to be a reduction of 29% in flights in respect of EasyJet. Can I ask the Chief Minister if the Council of Ministers will be monitoring the price of tickets to ensure there won't be a sharp increase due to the reduction of availability and options in the next 12 months, which will have an effect on businesses and visitors alike?
Chief Minister to reply.
Well, I mean, clearly we try and keep an eye on prices and pricing. I mean, obviously, air travel is quite price sensitive. Honourable members will know that the public have become very attuned to price sensitivity with airline travel, as demonstrated, I think, by the success that EasyJet has had on the island, particularly, I might suggest, with their London Gatwick route, and we obviously need to make sure that we are competitively priced in terms of visitor travel particularly, but also, as honourable members have suggested, for our own people who are looking to get off the island. I would say to honourable members that, and that's already been alluded to, that we do have a strong relationship with Logan Air, that we are effectively supporting routes at the moment, and as part of the ongoing negotiations with Logan Air and the money that is being used to support those routes, then the pricing attached to those routes should also be part of the conversation.
Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the number of ministers actually involved in this situation, is this something that's been actually discussed at the Council of Ministers meetings? And in terms of solutions, how things like airport passenger duty being considered as a key consideration of companies like EasyJet? And given that, we've refused to look at that in the past because of the pot that we've actually got from that. Is there the potential that we actually focus on a declining pot rather than doing something with air passenger duty that could actually create lots more opportunities going forward? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister to reply.
Well, there are two ministers who have a direct interest in this matter in terms of the Enterprise Minister and the Infrastructure Minister. And the Enterprise Minister brought the air services, the air strategy through to Tynwald last month for debate, to give all honourable members a proper opportunity to input in this area. Like everything else, I mean, clearly, we do run the airport with a required subvention, I think, in the region of about £7 million. If you remove air passenger duty, that will add another chunk of money to effectively the operating cost of the airport, and everything has to be paid for. So, it's not something that I would suggest is off the table, but it's not something that we've specifically discussed and has been put forward as an option. Indeed, honourable members, in this budget round, latest budget round, it certainly has not been a proposal that's been brought forward. And one, of course, has to be careful in terms of creating a further false economy, and, of course, where that profits, inverted commas, would go to, i.e. would that money be passed on to passengers, or would airlines simply seek to retain it as profit? And there's no simple answer to that.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Chief Minister agree with me that the Office of Fair Trading publishes an airline air journey price report regularly, monitors different types of air tickets, and that's published. And obviously, with the new Competition Act now in force, there is action that can be taken if there's any sort of a suggestion of unfair pricing. And the second point is that discussions with EasyJet is one thing, but I think we're all expecting now some sort of formal process where airlines who might be interested in providing services to our island will be invited to express cooperating through the Department of Infrastructure with us around subsidies and costs and things, can the Chief Minister undertake to circulate further information about the timetable for that official process?
Chief Minister to reply.
Well, absolutely. I mean, what I would say, Mr. President, is that honourable members will be kept fully informed of any developments as we continue our negotiations with airlines and our efforts to make sure that our routes are maintained and serviced.
Supplementary, Mr. Glover.
Will the Chief Minister is concentrating, pointed out the London Gatwick route, amongst others that EasyJet operate, but one of the other routes they've operated in recent times was to Northern Ireland, which I mentioned in the January debate. There are no flights now, it would appear, scheduled over the summer months to Northern Ireland. Is that an area he'll undertake to look at?
Chief Minister to reply.
Yeah, and obviously it's disappointing that we don't have regular service from EasyJet now on the Belfast route, but I certainly have reassurances from the Enterprise Minister that we are continuing through the officer group and through the ministers, continuing to look at options that will help restore that Northern Ireland link.
Final supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the media, one minister said this was nothing to do with the air traffic controllers and the treasurer at the airport. Is there any evidence from the discussion with EasyJet to support this reassurance? Thank you, Mr. President.
Chief Minister to reply.
Well, I haven't been involved in the discussions specifically, but I would point honourable members to very clear press reports issued by EasyJet and indeed press reports in the national press focusing on the reduction of services across the United Kingdom and the decisions made by not only just EasyJet, as I said, but also notably Ryanair. And I think, honourable members, the focus of the decision will be purely a commercial one based on a number of factors that they are considering and is not directly related to some of the air traffic control issues that we've been experiencing.
On to question 5 and a call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castlemaine, Mr. Moraes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge the Treasury Minister, while Ben McCree did not operate sailings from the 8th to 9th of January 2025. Thank you.
Call on Shavesh Arkitashi to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I can confirm that the Ben McCree was on charter to Stena Line during the 8th and 9th of January 2025 and was undertaking duties between Heysham and Dublin. However, the Manxman vessel did sail as scheduled between the Isle of Man and Heysham during this period. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. On the 8th of January, the Ben did return to the island at 11 o'clock. Did it actually bring cargo with it on that occasion? And if it did, why didn't it bring the Saturday newspapers? Thank you, Mr. President.
Demand answers.
Treasury Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and it's a pleasure to be in the National Parliament answering some of these questions. Again, I just draw the honourable member's attention to his original question and point out to him that he may remember Storm Dara caused significant damage to the port of Holyhead, which is the UK's second busiest passenger port, and was closed completely after 2 berths were damaged in between the 6th and the 7th of December, which resulted in part of the structure of Terminal 3 berth collapsing. It was closed until mid-January by its owners Stena Line, having significant impact on freight journeys backwards and forwards, and the Stena Line managed to contact the Isle Steam Packing Company, who ran services backwards and forwards to try to help with that between Dublin and Heysham. The loan of the Ben McCree was under the Sea Services Agreement and included the ability to recall it to Steam Packet Services if it was required at any point. I can't comment on the passage of newspapers, I'm afraid, but I can reassure the honourable member that services were provided by the Manxman during this period. And if you'd like to specify a particular date going forward, I can give him the scheduled departure time and the actual departure time, which may have influenced the arrival of his newspaper. Thank you.
Moving on to question 6. Call on the Honourable Member for Oncombe, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury how the National Insurance Fund can be used, how expenditure outside its main purpose of the fund can be authorised, and whether there is any legal obligation for it to hold twice its annual expenditure.
I could ask you to reply.
Thank you, Mr President. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. The monies held within the Manx National Insurance Fund can only be used to meet expenditure on benefits, state pensions and administrative expenses, and this is set out in Part 7 of the National Insurance Administration Act 1992 as applied to the island. Monies cannot be expended on anything else without Tynwald approval. There is no legal requirement to have any reserve in the fund, but Treasury has always considered it prudent to ensure that there is at least one to cope with periods where expenditure exceeds income. Currently this level of reserve is set at twice annual expenditure. Thank you.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. I thank the Minister for that response. Could you just clarify on admin expenses? Is that purely admin expenses for operation of the fund and the investments?
Minister to reply.
I can confirm the Honourable Member's assertion. The administration expenses include the actuarial evaluation and the administration of the fund itself. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Mr President. Can the Treasury Minister just confirm what I think I heard him just say then, because as far as I recall that Tynwald rejected confirmation of 2 times annual expenditure for the fund size in November 2024, so it isn't the case that that's a Tynwald approved policy. We clearly rejected Mr Hooper's amendment in the debate in November to confirm that as a policy principle. And secondly, the Treasury Minister is clearly on record as saying that we're going to have this debate on all of these principles in a few months' time, April, I believe. So can the Treasury Minister confirm that he misspoke just then, and that the two times is purely imaginary at the moment? It's not a settled Tynwald policy, and as the Government Actuaries Department said, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 3.2 times, it's entirely a political decision.
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr President. I disagree with you, Honourable Member. I will repeat my answer to the Honourable Member for Oncombe, Miss Edge. There is no legal requirement to have any reserve in the fund. The Treasury have always considered it prudent. To ensure that there is one to cope with periods where expenditure exceeds income. Currently this level of reserve is set at twice annual expenditure. I also disagree with his assertion that the Government Actuarial Department did not say that that was a prudent size of the reserve to keep. Thank you.
I said reasonable, not prudent, reasonable.
Sorry, was that supplementary, Mr Thomas? No. Thank you. We'll move on to question 7. Call on the Honourable Member for Oncombe. Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury what the cost has been of the National Insurance Rebate Scheme year by year since its introduction.
Treasury Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr President. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. The National Insurance Holiday Scheme came into operation on the 6th of April 2019, and therefore the first applications were received in April 2020. The total amount of refunded Class 1 National Insurance contributions by tax year is as follows. In the tax year 2020 to 2021, it was £915,428.37. In the tax year 2021 to 22, it was £868,233.34. In the tax year 2022 to 2023, it was £1,288,335.28. In the tax year 2023-24, it was £1,728,412.99. And finally, from the 6th of April 2024 to the 12th of February 2025, it was £1,507,549.57. Thank you.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, and I really appreciate those figures coming forward. So it's clear there has been a huge increase in that, and I'm pleased that the Treasury Minister has stopped that today. can the Treasury Minister advise from previous questions, the actual people that have been in receipt of this appear to be the ones that have come in through immigration routes and on the lower pay. So has that had a significant impact on the ANI, and has that been part of the decision of stopping the rebate scheme?
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the member for her supplementary question. As I've already stated in a previous debate, the number going up has increased, the amount of money being spent on the scheme has increased, and the Treasury has questioned the validity of it. I do not agree with her assumption that the majority of these people have come in on an immigration visa. They are new residents who have come in to take up employment on the Isle of Man. For a number of reasons and through a number of different routes. But this is not in any way directed to immigration visas, nor was the decision by Treasury, which was supported by Tynwald in this sitting, to do with anything in terms of the immigration route or immigration visas. Thank you.
Supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it's clear the Treasury Minister obviously has had an impact assessment on this fund and how it's been getting utilised. I wonder if you could circulate that, please.
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've said that we've carried out an assessment in terms of whether this scheme has showed a significant increase in the number of people moving to this island, whether it has worked as an incentive, and whether Treasury consider it good value for money in terms of the use of the NI fund to fund this scheme. And the answer to both of those is no, and that's why the scheme for new residents has been closed. However, the scheme will continue for returning Manx students, as I've previously detailed, but we will review that as well going forward, because I think it's absolutely right that as we look to further the economic strategy and increase the active working population of this island, we look at incentives for people of all incomes to come here and from all backgrounds, including those returning from studying abroad as Manx students. Thank you.
And a supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the Minister has confirmed that they have done some analysis on what the significant increase is and why they've made changes. Could you please circulate that analysis, please?
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much. I've explained quite clearly here, Mr. President, the number of people who have been applying for this, which has increased, the cost of the scheme, which has increased, and the lack of any concrete data that it has worked as a significant incentive. And therefore, this went before a Treasury board meeting, and we decided it was absolutely right to come to Tynwald for the cessation of this scheme for returning residents. For new residents, but to keep it for returning Manx students. Thank you.
Honourable members, we've reached our allotted hour. Tynwald news. Mr. Henderson.
I'd like to put a motion to the court that we sit till we finish question time.
I have a motion by Mr. Henderson. Do we finish question time? Is that to be seconded? No. Doesn't appear so. So, honourable members, the court will now stand adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we'll continue our question paper at question 8.